Hello everyone, greetings from Montenegro, from Petrovac. European Individual Chess Championship has just started. 400 players, many grandmasters, many exciting games ahead of us. I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. I'm alone, but hopefully for next days I will have a co-commentator. We will discuss the games together. We will check what will happen in the games. I will tell you more about the pairings, about the possible, I would say, qualifiers for the World Cup. A lot of is on stake, so many interesting moments ahead of us. Let's run to the playing hall. Let's check what we have there. So this is a main hall. There are two playing halls. Opening ceremony has just finished with many distinguished guests. President of European Chess Union, Zurab Perashvili, has opened the tournament together with Vice Prime Minister and many distinguished guests, many known players in the playing hall sitting at their tables. Also quite a strong arbiters team with Chief Arbiter Takis. Stefan Eschafer is doing a fair play job. Yeah, many known faces around the playing hall. So you don't see the first boards since this camera is covering basically from ports number 5, but you will be able to see the cameras from the first board. So let's check the first board. First camera, it's Fedoseev playing against Kanyamarala, Tarun. We can stay for a while here. Fedoseev is black. Okay, for the first round, of course, it's easier to play with white, but the opponent is not on Fedoseev level. He's first seed, rated 2700 plus. I will read you starting rank a bit. So we have Fedoseev, well-known grandmaster. Oh, he got his famous moment recently at Olympiad in Budapest, winning against Carlsen, which was like a huge upset for Magnus. Fedoseev is now representing Slovenia, and they were playing like a memorable tournament, actually fighting for the medal. Fedoseev has won the game against Magnus. They won that match. So he's the first seed here, 27-12. I would say that in the European Individual Championship history, there were some really strong names around. 27-20, 27-40. It's not the event where you could see like top players, but still there are many. So Fedoseev is rating 27-12. Maybe it's a moment that I check top rating list. So I think at the moment I would say that he's like world number maybe 35 or something. So I will just check it. So the live rating list, I'm quite curious to see his spot on the rating list. Okay, no, better, 27. So he's 27th rated player, 27-12 is his rating. Then we can move on. Let's check the next camera. On the second board, we have Bogdan Daniel Deak, of course missing for us who are following European top events and some others. We know that Deak likes to take a stroll after each move. Sometimes even in severe time trouble, he's just making a move, being under, like say, 40, 50 seconds, standing up and then coming back after each move. So Deak is 26-87, although he was at some stage 27 rated player. So let me check his peak rating. So I think I would say that his peak rating was 27-15 or something like this. And quick check says that his best rating was let me see, 27-10. 2 years ago, now he's 26-87. This doesn't mean much. Of course, he can climb back. Same goes for next camera. We can go to board number 3, where Jordan Van Forest is sitting at the table, playing with the black pieces, thinking about what to do next. Jordan is famous for his role in World Championship matches, being on Magnus' side. So, of course, that he has this experience of top-level chess and being a very strong player himself. He's very polite. He's the guy to root for, very humble. So I like to see him getting back to top 2700 rated chess. On the fourth board, another very kind person, Haik Martirosyan, who is Armenian, top player, 26-76. He's playing with white. Yeah, I know him from some events. Last year during European Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, in Croatia, the event I was organizing. 600 players, 40 countries, similar like here in terms of countries participation. Haik was there, and it was funny that he visited a football match. He's a big fan of football. If I'm not mistaken, Real Madrid is his favorite team. And he went to a football match, and it was funny, he couldn't buy a ticket because he was not a member. And suddenly he has found some nice people who bought him ticket, and ending up with ultras and watching the game. So it was funny to see him surrounded by really, I would say, devoted supporters of Dinamo Zagreb. So he's the guy who will probably also check is there a possibility to visit some football match while staying in Montenegro. Yeah, very good, very strong player, very solid with white. He can really press against top world players. With black, super solid. It's not easy to win against him. This is an event where basically you have two types of players. Okay, let's say a little bit more. You have some players, for example, who are just participating because it's a neighbor country, and they want just to be around and to play. Also, there are some players chasing some norms, and you have players who are chasing World Cup qualification. Just quick reminder: top 20 players will qualify to the World Cup 2025. If I'm not mistaken, I heard some rumor that it might take place in Qatar, end of the next year. Women World Cup is already scheduled for Georgia, for Tbilisi. So some players can qualify also through different events and ratings. So it doesn't mean that if you are, for example, 21st, that you're out of the World Cup. There is a chance that you can even jump in through some substitute role. So 20 players fighting for the World Cup spot, which is usually the event. There is a chance for some ordinary grandmaster to get a huge money prize, or to be able even to qualify to the candidates, like, for example, Nihat Abbasov has done in the last World Cup. But also here it's a chance to fight for the first prize. First prize in this event is 20,000, 20Ks. The prize fund is 100,000. So first prize 20, then 15, 10, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and so on. There are 23 prizes, special prizes, so for best female players. That's why we have some in the list. For example, just to name few, let me find them. So I see Monika Sochko, for example. she is playing also Azerbaijani players. Ines Theodora is playing, for example. Then you have, she's the highest female player, rated female player here. Then Beidulayeva is also in this event. Slivichka, Maltsevskaya. They are fighting for the first prize, woman prize. There is also juniors prize. So best female players, we have 6 prizes. Best juniors under 18, 3 prizes. First one being 1,000. Best veteran or senior 50 plus, there are 3 prizes. So the event is taking place, as I said, in Petrovac. Just getting back to type of players, you have players who are fighting for the World Cup qualification. For player around 25-50, it's like a very important chance. Of course, there are also differences. Are you paying for your costs yourself, or federation is supporting you? Because if you're paying yourself, then yeah, of course you need to spend some money, although this event is not so expensive. Then even if you take prize, you're just actually starting your route. You need to kick out some players at the World Cup. All the World Cup has changed its format. Now there are 200 players, which is a big difference comparing to 128 before. So now it's important that you also that you are not in this group who needs to play first round, so that you are starting your route from the second. Petrovac is a picturesque place, known from European Women Individual Championship last year in March. I was doing a commentator's job there with my co-commentator Dragana Nikolovska. Greetings to her. Unfortunately, she was not able in the end to come. There were some issues, so big greetings to her. Hopefully she will come back to some other event, and I believe that, as I said, I will have some nice co-commentators in the next days. It's always more fun to comment the games not being alone. So just to say that also there are some players who are maybe there to get a chance for a World Cup, but they are, for example, 26-50, but they also want to fulfill maybe one of their long ambition to become a European champion. So that might be also a concept of some players. Why am I saying that? Because, for example, you can end up in +5. For example, plus is something we actually are, for example, discussing in the grandmaster circles. Usually you say that I'm on +2 or +3. No one is saying that, for example, after 6 rounds that he's scoring 4 out of 6. Usually grandmasters or top players who are more present at the tournaments would say that I'm on +2. That means that you are half a point, each half a point more than 50% is counted as a plus. So if you have +2, that automatically means that you score 2 more victories than draws, and that you are on 4 out of 6. And usually in this type of events, you need to have like 5 pluses. When I was playing this event long ago, then there was also tiebreak, which would mean that you will get a chance, for example, if you share first 40 places, that you might qualify through tiebreak, because there were no additional criterions, like here you have Boholz, and that time it was important also just to come to some, let's say, +3 or +4, and then you will probably have at least this tiebreak match. I lost once against Elyanov, which was tough. He was 2700 at that time. But these days the format has been changed, and then you don't have these tiebreak matches, which is actually okay. We lost some drama, but for players it's much a bit easier, because you know if you have a good tournament, you play it on top, that through Buchholz you can qualify. But some players, as I said, in the last 2 rounds, for example, being on +4, on +5. Let's say that they don't want to sit on their score, making some draws and qualify, but they want to win a medal or become a champion. And I recall many cases when in the last round draw is needed to qualify to the World Cup, but if you win, there is a chance that you win a medal. And some players, as I said, would just make a peaceful draw. Let's say, okay, if I qualify, that's some money around. And there were some players whom it's not clear what they are up to, and that was psychologically tough for their opponents. So the guy comes at the board, being white, playing something like solid, like players like Tivyakov and so on, because they can also play technical chess. They play something solid, and then suddenly you think that their idea is to keep safe and make a draw, and suddenly they switch to another mode and they press for a win and even risk a bit winning the championship in the end. So I'm quite curious to see how many that type of players we have in this event who will be ready to risk at the last two rounds, not thinking only about the tiebreak and qualifier to the World Cup. Yeah, few more details. So Petrovac is in Montenegro. It's a little bit south than Budva. Budva is known for many chess events, European team championship. Last year was staged there. Magnus was playing and some other top grandmasters. But Petrovac is a really nice place. It's very sunny. Playing hall is very nice. President of Montenegrin Chess Federation, Ivan Milovic, has invested a lot of efforts in making this playing hall even better. Last year, during European Women Championship, players were playing in different playing hall, and now this restaurant was adopted, and I think players have perfect conditions. I was downstairs, also being a European Chess Union Vice President, so I was also present during official opening ceremony, and I just spotted many players, and the conditions, it looks really nice. Lighting is very nice, soundproof, so players can focus on their games. Many top players, just to name few, so we already have seen some faces, so let's move on. So we have Fedoseev, Deak van Forest, Martirosyan, then David Navarra, of course, super strong player. I think David career high, I can check it, I would say 2750. Let me check. So fortunately I'm alone now. It would be much easier if I would have a co-commentator, but in future we will check. So 2751, I'm right. Šarić, European. Navarra was European champion. Šarić, European individual champion 2018, same event in Georgia. Vityugov Nikita, super strong player, now representing England. Sargsyan, very good young player from Armenia. Biere, as you know him, quite a strong player from Denmark. Bluebaum Matthias from Germany, as long as Swane. Etienne Bacro, he's my age, former Wunderkind, Grandmaster, top 10 player, very strong one. Ponomaryov, of course, FIDE World Champion. Varmedram now, who, if I'm not mistaken, was also in team of Giri, 2650 player. Pretke, European European team championship with Serbia. Mamedov Rauf, also great player himself, 27 plus. Alan Pichok, who was, I think, originally from Argentina, now representing Spain, 2650. Sugiro, playing first board in the recent Club Cup, playing really good chess. There was a very interesting game against Vidit. Then Nils Gradilius, Novibor, winner of the European Club Cup, before playing second board. In the meantime, he switched to lower boards. Kolars, Vasily Ivanchuk, legendary player. Sargsyan Gabriel, I would call him the machine, the guy who's like playing so superbly for Armenia in Olympiads and other European events. Fantastic player. Anton Korobov, also 27 plus player himself. Roštaj Maxim. Then some prominent player like Gureledis, who is now future bright star. rooting for him. Very nice guy, 15 or 16 years old. Cheparinov, also 27 plus player, former second of Veselin Topalov, very, very strong player. Suleimanli, Jufa, Santosh Latasa, Spanish players, Svane, Durajbeli, Serbian players, Injic, Ivic, then Donchenko, Demchenko, many strong players, Fresine, also some other players, very entertaining players like Jobava Badur, and many more. So in total, statistics says that in this event we have a little bit less than 400, 388 players. Of course, Montenegro has been represented by 20 plus players, but we have also strong show up of Israel players, 20, then Romania 20, Serbia 24, Turkey 41, Ukraine is on 17, Croatia 14 being neighbor country, Azerbaijan 22, Armenia 20. Sometimes presence of players shows the development of country. 119 Grandmasters, 3 Women Grandmasters, 81 IMs, WMs 8. So it's a quite strong event. Just to remind you guys that we are starting to develop European Chess Union TV a bit more, so to provide you a bigger experience. Of course, if you are following like top level events, budgets are bigger, but I think that ECU, European Chess Union, is doing a lot with relatively small budget, and I think we are providing you a great experience, or at least much better than before. In previous times, even some tournaments were not having a broadcast, or cameras were not on the level. I think now that we will improve much more. Yeah, I think that ECU being supported by some efforts of Stefan Milutinovic doing a PR job for TV, for ECU, then of course Secretary General Doros Chorbatsoglu is also very open-minded for future of broadcast and chess users experience, and I think that in future it will be much better. Of course, there are events where there are top players, like in Club Cup, top players like Gukesh, Arjun, and others. Even Magnus playing for Offerspiel last year, the Club Cup, or European teams with Norway. But also the idea is to cover maybe events where there are not many like top 10 players, but still there are many well-known players. We will move to games quite quickly. Just to remind you that our broadcast is delayed for 50 minutes, which means that I can read chat later, but of course you can write in chat some question. You can maybe mention some topic you want to be discussed. I know some players. I will check their routine. Maybe I will provide you some personal detail, or maybe if I can even ask them. A lot of colleagues, a lot of grandmasters are around, and yeah, that's the point, I think, to provide you with some experience about what is behind the scenes. Let's check the cameras. Let's go to the bird view. Let's see the playing hall. What do we have there? Are the players moving around? While you are checking this, I will check the chat. Is there anything there? Regarding the start, it's always a little bit tricky during the first round, because there is no clear. It's not. There is no clear info, or not info, but it's hard to collect all those tiny details regarding opening ceremony to be sure how long it will take. So usually events, and I think this is the most convenient for players, that the event starts right after the opening ceremony, so players come and then there is opening ceremony, because the night before or an hour before, players might even prepare, and then it's not so easy. So maybe it's better to be more flexible, but more convenient for players. Yeah. What score do you think is required to qualify for World Cup? Usually before it was +4. So just to greetings to Matthias. So yeah, depends of the event, depends how people are scoring on top. Before it was +4, and then you're playing tiebreak, or you have a very good additional criteria and you're qualified. In my times, I was on +4, and I was playing additional qualifiers. Winners were sharing first 6 places with +5, if I'm not mistaken, and then +4. There was a huge group from 8th till 14th place, and I was in that group. In some events, winner is +6, and then there is some group behind with +5. But I think that +5 for sure. That would mean that you need to have 7.5. No, 8 out of 11, if I'm not mistaken. That would be +5. 8 probably is also good enough. We can check last year's. Ivan Šarić is, of course, very strong player. To remind you, he's number 6 in this event, if I'm not mistaken, and at the starting rank, and European champion 2018. A player who is having plus score against Magnus, only playing 2 games. One was at the Tromsø Olympiad, winning in front of the Norwegian Prime Minister, and Croatia winning that match 3.5 out of half, and also Ivan Kanzed. And afterwards, Magnus was striving towards the revenge, but it was a draw. So Ivan is having a plus score against Magnus. So Ivan is, of course, capable, the guy who is capable to score many points to qualify at the European teams. In November last year, he was right behind Magnus, scoring fantastically on the first board, securing a silver medal. So yeah, he is the guy who can qualify from Croatia. Yeah, someone mentioned that there is a world champion on the 57th board. Yeah, Piorun Kasper, if I'm not mistaken, he is the guy who is fantastic in problem solving for a long. Before it was John Nunn, but these days Piorun is one of the bosses in the problem solving chess. Yeah, regarding criterias, let's check the regulations. I can find them. Okay, let me do it. So regarding, okay, hang on, I pressed wrongly. The registration form, I guess we don't need. So let's stick to the regulations. So ranking and tie-breaking criteria. The order of players. So the following: ECU scoring and tie-breaking system, result of direct encounters between the tied players. If all the tied players have met each other, that would mean that if there is only 2 players sharing spot, then that they are basically deciding, their match is deciding the issue. But if there are many, then of course this criteria is not on the menu. Although I don't believe that this criteria is suitable for this type of event, because usually many players there is a huge group of players sharing the spot. So I don't see how this scenario of players playing between each other, okay, except for the gold. So in case for the gold, there is a chance that of course you have 3 players playing between each other, or 4 between each other, and then the one who is winning the most is the first one. So okay, so for gold, this criteria is quite suitable. For World Cup spots, I don't believe that this will happen. Then you have Buchholz cut 1, which usually it's okay. You are moving away the last one, so you are counting the points of your opponents in total, and you are moving the lowest one. Usually it's for example, if you are playing first round against someone who is actually some kind of amateur, or maybe who will drop out of the tournament, and you would win against him anyway, or maybe against the guy next to him in pairings, and suddenly you're punished because the guy scored 0 points or something like this. That's why they say that, okay, let's move one to make it a little bit more fair. Then you have classical buchholz, when they count all the rounds, and greater number of games played with black, which I think is quite nice additional criteria. Greater number of wins also fits well. So these are the tie-breaking criteria. If you have any question, as I said, just you can write in chat. Don't forget to subscribe to his YouTube channel. Then you will be able to be notified about other events. You can also watch the games through ECU TV platform, and in future get some additional stuff. Maybe it's a moment to get a board to see the moves. We can see that some players are strolling around. I see Injic walking. I see players sitting at their boards. Let's check the moves. So we will start with moves. So we need a board. We need a chessboard. Yes, we will get it now. As long as the camera. Yeah, that's it. That's what we need. I think you can see the moves now. So let's check the moves. So first board, as I mentioned, the rating, let me check. So Fedoseev is 27-12. White Tarun Kanyamarala is rated 23-71. Let me check how old is Ireland player. Okay, 90 or 20 years old. Usually that can mean something. That can mean that player probably won't be a world champion if you are 20 years old and you are only an IM, but still player can improve considerably at that age. So let's check the moves. D4, knight f6, e6, knight c3, d5, queen's gambit. Usually this move order of Nimzo-Indian instead of Bogo-Indian with knight f3, usually players are playing it with the point that after d5 you can take cd, and then ed, bishop g5, you have this exchange variation of queen's gambit declined, and then the point is that you play against this card-bar structure. I don't know, let's say bishop e7 or c6, whatever, and there are two ways. Either you place your knight on f3. When you do it, let's say bishop d3, castles, sorry, my bad. When you place it on f3, then you have two ways of play. One way is to castle and to play rook b1 and push b4, how they call this minority attack, or to castle, play h3, play rook e1 and push e4 to play this open way of this position. Or the second concept would be to place your knight on e2, which is more challenging and more interesting, and then f3, e4, trying to at some stage either to break in the center or maybe even to push e4. And usually players with black pieces, unless you are, I don't know, like top level guy who can understand how to play against this position, people were mainly avoiding this. But in this case, after knight c3, d5, white opted anyway for knight f3. knight e7. Usually when black is playing this line, he doesn't want to enter some liquidating stuff like c5, semi-terrace, or I don't know, Vienna game, or even Ragozin. Okay, Ragozin still gives you some chance to play for a win, but c6 is also a way to play semi-Slav. But knight e7 is a good try because you can maybe confuse your opponent at some stage, and it gives you a chance to play for a win. The point is that you already narrow your game, so it won't be like complete mess, and in that narrow corridor you're trying to outplay your opponent. Queen c2 is the move I was analyzing. Now the point is, if you take, I can play e4, and actually I was always trying to find some position where white can have some challenging way of play, and that queen c2 fits well into my repertoire. It was played by Giri and some other top players. cd and bishop f4. Okay, now we have some kind of mix of Carlsberg structure with the bishop, and yeah, it's not clear now. Is white playing for a classical approach, as I mentioned, or white is trying to play? Yeah, this is also known now. Bishop d6 is a main move, and now Fedoseev is thinking where to go for. Of course, even if he loses, it's not the end of the world. He's capable to win all the games. Even if he makes a draws with black, he's capable to win all the games till the end. But the point is that he's trying, of course, to start very well. Normal position at the moment. We can switch to a second game. Second board. Deac is, of course, missing, and same thing, but this time is white player, top player, being in this white's perspective. Bishop f4, also another way to play. Now we are mixing, we are combining it with Ragozin stuff. Okay. Yeah, normal position. Many ways to play, to take, to move c4, and so on. Not easy to give some huge opinion, but of course white is probably happy because there is a lot of things to be done around. Let's check this one. Jordan is playing with black. e6. Queen c7, bishop e3, queen f3. Actually, a week ago, I don't play so much any longer. Last games were from Norwegian League. I came there to pay a visit to Norway and to play from my friend's club. Greetings to Joran Aulin from Norway, JJ, popularly called, and he's a member of a club where I was invited, and it was in March. I was playing that last circle of the Norwegian League, actually scoring quite well, 2 wins and a draw. But I haven't played for like 6 or 7 months. 3 days ago, 4 days ago, so I was in Hungary playing for a club in Hungary. I played 2 games, and I was playing with black, winning both against 2,300 players, and one of the players played here I played knight f6 instead of a6. He went knight b5 and played queen f3. I won the game, but it was a roller coaster. I was playing well in the opening, then I was lost, blundering something, and then I won in the end. But this queen f3 stuff is, of course, quite popular. The knight f6, the point is to postpone a6 and maybe to play with bishop before, but queen f3 is a move. Once I also experienced that one of players, it was classical game, my opponent just forgot to play bishop e3 and just gave a piece. It was 2 years ago. It was really shocking. Okay, he was not playing well, feeling well, so it was connected with his diabetes, but anyway, I was quite shocked. Yeah, this Taimanov with queen f3 is quite popular. b5, Jordan of course knows it. The point is, if you exchange, usually in Sicilian, endgames, it usually favors black, but there are some endgames where white is also happy to play it, and one of them is this one. And the point is to exchange the queens and to put pressure over the d file. And if black postpones it, then this queen is very annoying on g7. So this is the point. Jordan took it, being very comfortable, confident, because playing against 2370, so it's the difference is more than 300 rated points, and you are ready to enter the end game. It's quite cool to see, because some of the players will immediately avoid it. I want to have winning chances, because of course if I exchange the queens, chances for a win are dropping. And but probably he thinks also that he's more experienced in terms of top level chess, of course, compared to his opponent. And sometimes this knowledge is not visible in the classical part of the game, or maybe in the middle game, but it's more visible in endgames. And sometimes you can see the difference in class much easier in the endgame. So probably this is his concept. Exchanging many pieces. Usually when it's opening, you should hide your king, keep it in castle, only open the doors, not to be back rank mated, but basically keeping the king hidden. When it's endgame, you should open the king, no matter now about weakening the pawns in front of the king, you just start running. And same goes here. Black happily stays with his king in the center. g4, a little bit strange, because you are having a light square bishop, so you don't want to place it on the light squares, but also it's understandable that white wants to take some space. Black is fine, but also it's not easy for white to black to break through. Let's check the fourth board. Camera and four board game. So what has happened here? As I mentioned, Hayek is very good player, very stable, and with white his repertoire is usually d4, very solid. With black, Berlin, e5 stuff. It's really hard to outplay him. Okay, so here all theory says that you should play after knight c6, that you should play knight c3. Actually, this was shown in many analysis, Boris Avruk's books and so on. But the point is, if you play bishop g2, then black takes, and after queen d2 there is knight e4, and then you need to move the queen, and there is this queen b4. And if you play knight c3, you're dropping this guy, or you're ending up in endgame, which is fine for black. But here there is this knight d2, which is not great, because after d6, e5, knight belongs to c3. Much better square in this type of structures. And this will happen. Yeah, and now knight on c3 usually gives you an advantage. You can play it on a4, you can play it on b5, but on d2 is not ideal. I'm quite surprised that Hayek went to this line, because I was analyzing this with white and realized that you need to really squeeze water out of stone in this line. b4 plate. Yeah, let's move on. Let's check the next. I'm quite curious how will this. Let's see how David is doing. Navarra, we have him on the camera as well. On the fifth board, David is very entertaining player, also winning European Club Cup. Congratulations to him, to Grandelius, to Bartel. They are all around winners of the recent Club Cup in Serbia last month. David was playing board number 4, playing very solid game against Deak, squeezing in the last round, but it was ending the draw. It was a draw in the end, very solid position. Maybe we can have a full screen camera, one by one. So let's see how players are doing. Yeah, you could see that Fedoseev is very focused. His opponent is also quite determined. Let's check another camera. Here, Deak has just seated. By the way, in the studio I have some flying around, which is funny. There was a famous dart incident when I think one of the top level darters has lost the championship because they are usually doing these finals, World Championship finals in London, and yeah, if you are annoyed, you are unlucky. What to do? And some of them are saying that, yeah, this is also part of the tradition. Yeah, it's around now, but I will somehow survive. Let's check the next camera. We see Jordan quite focused. Not easy to say. Is he worried or not? Let's check the next one. Yeah, basically players are determined. We can check also David Navarra. Yeah, David is well focused. Let's check the bird view. Let's see how the playing call is staged. So guys, you could see on the right, I will tell you. So our bottom right, we can see Svane. I played against him. Frederick Svane, he's board number 11. In front of him is Bluebaum. Playing next to him, then Biere is then Bacro. I think Etienne has just stood up. Whom else we could see? Okay. Yeah, we could see. So no, my bad. For our bottom last, so we have David Navarra. Then we have Šarić. Šarić. This is not our bottom right row, but the one on the left, let's say a bit in the middle. Then after Šarić we have Vityugov with the long hair, yes. Then after Vityugov, Derek Sargsyan, you might see him. After Sargsyan, Biere, he's sitting with his hands. Opposite Biere on diagonal is Bluebaum. So Šarić has just made a move. You could see Vasily Ivanchuk right behind him. Vasily is watching Šarić's game. Navarra is sitting with white shirt, so you could see him. And then after, it's not easy to spot some players, but it was not Svane Frederick, so it was Svane Rasmus, who is our bottom right. So after Svane Rasmus, there is Durai Beli, Vasif, I think he just stood up, Hakobian, Injic. They should be our bottom right or right. I see Injic. Okay, so let's check. Let's get back the moves, guys. Anything in chat? Don't forget that I'm delayed for 15 minutes. Yeah, Svane brothers. Very good players. Very theoretical ones. Very strong ones. So they probably are here with good chances to qualify. Edis Gurel is, yes, extremely exciting player. Dragan Šolak is here. Dragan Šolak, former Serbian Grandmaster, 26. I think he was like Šolak at his career high. I would say 26.80, maybe even more. Because once he was playing really, really great. So I don't want to say 2700. But let me check. He was playing really, really well. 2660 for sure, but I would say that even more. So let's see, Dragan, how is he? Oh, sorry, my bad. 2640 was his. Because I know some players, also Alexander Kovacevic, Markuš, they were really playing 2650 chess. Yeah, his Dragan is working for Turkish Chess Federation. I think his wife is from Turkey. Very good player, playing for Turkey after Serbia, 2011. And he's helping Edis Gurel, one of the, I would say, brightest young players. He played at the Club Cup for Turkish Airlines, last board, but important matches. Also in some leagues, in Croatian League. Yeah, so he's always accompanied by his mother, and he has very good coaches, if I'm not mistaken. Even Mamadjarov is coming tomorrow or today. He's also involved in his progress. So yeah, everyone is happy to see how Edis is improving. So Turkey, I would say, okay, let's check the rating, starting rating list. Then I will maybe estimate a bit more chances of Gurel. Okay, 25th. I would say that he has a really good chances to qualify. I would say 50% for sure. Very good player. Yes, if you have any question, don't hesitate to ask. Of course, Arjun and Chennai, or is it Chennai? No, it's in India, maybe New Delhi, where they are playing, I'm not sure. Indian Championship during Ras Club Cup. Arjun has crossed 2800 live rating, still not published. He's missing 1 point, if I'm not mistaken, at the official rating list in November, but he will be 28 December, I guess. So he's super strong. Yeah, when you have like top players around, then your focus is on them. But anyway, here there are so many chess players. It's a little bit more maybe nationally oriented, that you are rooting for some country and your compatriots. So yeah, Arjun is a top player. He played in the Club Cup for Alkaloid. They came second. First board, he was in the studio. You can check my interview with him. Very polite, very nice. And his game against Andreikin was, hang on. Yeah, Andreikin was playing for Turkish Airlines, and yeah, Arjun was playing for Alkaloid from North Macedonia. That game, Arjun against Andreikin, was really great. This especially final moments. You can find it on the ECU YouTube channel. There are even interviews cutted. So there is an interview with Arjun, very humble player, and yeah, Andreikin scored a super important win against Gukesh at the beginning, the middle of the event, but then he collapsed, losing three games in a row. So let's get the board back. Let's see the moves. Let's see what's going on here. It's not easy for David. His king is better, but I'm quite surprised that he went for this line, because white will play f3, come with the king and start exchanging pieces. And being 300 rated, higher than his opponent, it's quite interesting that he went for it. Let's see how Šarić is doing. Okay, basically you don't want to play this position against Šarić. White is better. White is better. We have them on the bird view camera, so you might combine it. We can have a board and camera from bird view. You will see Šarić in the left. So we can have a bird view camera, and then you will see Šarić. Yeah, Šarić on the bottom left. But yeah, let's get back the board. Šarić seems to be a little bit bored by position, so let's see how it happens. So it was French defense, and it's h4 is well known. White is better. Yeah, it looks very, very good. For white, yeah, it's just free road, seal file, h file. Some miracle should happen here that Šarić doesn't win this one. Let's check how Vitugov is doing. Okay, this one is much more challenging. Also, I got an info that Bluebaum is playing a crazy game. Opening was fabulous. Knight f3, e6, c4, g5. This is known from a Rapport game. So let's just check this one. Yeah, Richard Rapport was playing this line, just trying to confuse, but not just confuse, to have this stockfish style position. S6, and the point is that I'm playing some oven position where the pawn is on g6 and h7, but I want to upgrade it because later I'm playing h7 and g5. This way I'm just making my next moves immediately. This is the point. Okay, very strange move to allow this weakness. Yeah, now it's classical position, and the point is here, if black manages to hold in the center, then this outpost might not yield some big benefits for white, but if white can open the center at some stage, then it will be much better. Yeah, interesting opening, but outcome of the opening is quite classical. So with Vitugov, let's check what has happened here. Queen c2, d6. Of course, it's not blundering the piece, because this d5 is not possible due to the pin. And yeah, knight f3, castles. Normal. Okay, this knight g5 is normal way how to put pressure on the g2, and now came a sacrifice, although probably this bishop e4 is a mistake. Okay, let's have a small break, because I would like to have a guest and to make this broadcast a bit more interesting. And we are back. With me is Miloš Pečurica, FIDE Master, but with some norms for IEMs.
Yes, unfortunately too many norms, not enough rating.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So you have enough norms, right?
Yes, more than enough.
Okay. My question: you were not able to play here. You have some other duties.
Yes, I will be commentating for our local TV.
Mhm.
We'll start doing broadcast tomorrow, and yeah, I hope that this new role for me will be successful.
Okay, good. Good luck. Good luck with that. Of course, your focus is on Montenegrin players. So let's check.
There are a lot of Montenegro players here. 3 out of 5 national team players are playing here. Other 2 had some very important things not related to chess. So those are some good news. But let's not talk about that.
Have you played for national team?
I played for our B team when we were hosts last year. There was a European Championship here. I played for the B team that was called like youth team, although we were not that young, but it was a great experience. Definitely one of the best things that happened for me in chess. It's another feeling. I like team competitions more, and yeah, it turned out to be good.
Who is the strongest player you ever faced?
I've ever faced. Tough question. I think that the strongest player that I ever faced will be eventually this Soleimani guy from Azerbaijan.
Very strong player.
He is a very strong player, but I think the highest rated player that I faced was actually Croatian Palac. I played.
Palac was at some stage 26-40.
Yeah, I played with him at that time. Yeah.
Okay, Miloš, let's check the game of your competitor Nikita Petrov. Nikita has switched to
Yes.
Montenegro.
He's our champion, actually. He won the Montenegro championship last year, and he's a very, very strong player. I mean, he plays solid chess, doesn't blunder, and he's usually very good against lower-rated players. So I'm hoping for a good start for him.
Okay, 25-90. That's a rating at okay. If you can cross 26, of course, then you can be like a serious force also for your national team. Is he living here in Montenegro?
Yes, I think he's currently living in Budva. I mean, he's very much involved in chess community in Montenegro. He's playing a lot of tournaments. He plays the national league. He plays the national championship. He will also play the cup now. So he's very much present here in chess life.
Originally from Russia.
Russia, yes. I think he was already over 2600, but he dropped some points a couple of years ago. I think at some point he was even close to 2650.
Okay, of course it's important that you have so many European and important events at your home ground. You got used to it.
Yes, of course. I mean, things are going well here with organizing so many tournaments. We just finished hosting the World Blind and the World Blind Championship a week ago, and last year, of course, we had the European Team Championship. There was a Women European Championship, a Mediterranean Championship. So the next year it will be European Youth Championship. So things are going well with organizing tournaments, and I think that everybody's happy with the organization. I know that people from the federation put up a lot of work to make this possible. I think that the playing venue, the playing hall is very nice, and I think that players will be happy with the conditions.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Let's check the moves of your compatriot. So Nikita, what could you say about his style?
He's a very solid player. Theoretically, he goes very deep in theory lines. He is not that versatile. He has his own repertoire. He does not run away from it. But he's mostly a very, very solid player, and like I said, he's very strong when playing against a little bit lower-rated players, and he's very, I would say.
Do you know has he qualified to the World Cup?
I know that we as a nation have one spot, so they will fight for that one spot. I'm not sure if he qualified on some other terms, but he will definitely have the chance We have one spot and there are 5 national member teams, so they will fight for us.
Okay, good. Let's check the game. So knight f6, knight f3. What do you think was the reason why he didn't play d5 immediately?
To be honest, I don't know. I know that white player. I think he's from Serbia, right?
Yes.
I think that he usually plays something like knight f3, g3 anyway. So maybe even first, but I don't know him that well. I played a couple of tournaments where he played, and he always played first move g3 or knight f3. So maybe there is some.
Okay, some nuances around. So g3. Okay, this is classical, and usually when white has d4, bishop comes to f5. It's good for black, because a little bit more challenging is when white is having a pawn on d3 and then e4 comes. Yeah, so this is quite stable, and then knight h4. This is a bit surprising.
Creating imbalance from the.
Yeah, from the immediate. Takes, c4. Usually black is more than fine already. Even if the pawn is on f2, it would be probably fine for black, but here is some upgraded version, because c5 with the combination of f3 usually always helps black.
So we have an IQP.
Yeah. Threatening bishop c5.
Yeah, dh5.
And yeah, exactly.
At some point in this game, already threatening knight g3. I think the black is doing great already.
Yeah, knight g3. So it's white on the move. Okay, queen f2 or queen g4. Unfortunately, queen f2 probably bishop c5. This
looks.
Okay, but still, black feels that he's probably close to winning, but he needs to find a right way how to.
He should somehow castle on and get the king to b8. I think very quickly, and then it will be easier.
Okay, this looks like a quite a promising position for black. How about others?
Yes, we have Nikola. Before Dennis and Nikita came to Montenegro to play for us, Nikola was our #1 player for the last 20 years. He's like a legend here. So let's see how's he doing. He's white.
Okay, you know him quite well, and guys, probably some of you are aware that he was the first board of Montenegrin team, playing against some really strong opponent, Topalov and some others, first boards, really heavy guns. And he was actually at some stage very successful on the first board.
Yes, he was. Like I said, from our independence in 2006, he was our #1 player until Nikita and Dennis came here, and he is well respected here. Like I said, he's a legend, and he fought really well at the first board for so many years. I think that he beat knight with black. He had some very good games on board #1, and this transition for him to play on board #3 maybe actually a good sign for him, so he can show his strength really against some players who are less, like you said, they are not top guns, but he has a great opportunity there, and I'm expecting a lot from him on this tournament.
Yeah, what do you think? What is the? I think probably he's okay. Underrated is maybe too strong word, but he knows how to play 26 plus chess. What do you think? What is the reason why he didn't make some kind of bigger breakthrough?
Actually, I had a very interesting conversation with him where he said that actually when we became an independent country, 2006 actually.
Sorry, first from former Yugoslavia, and then 2006.
Yes,
sorry.
Then the competition became less strong, how to say, and then you don't feel motivated enough to work harder, right? So he knew that he will be the best at Montenegro. And maybe that influenced him a little bit, because there were lower expectations, because he was a huge talent in former Yugoslavia. He was the champion of Yugoslavia and Serbia and Montenegro and those countries. And then suddenly the competition became less strong for him, and maybe that influenced him, but he's still a very, very strong player. Like I said, he's 10-time Montenegro champion. Actually, when you Google me on chess, you see that my worst opponent is him. I lost 8 or 9 times against him. But maybe that's the reason he didn't play enough strong tournaments after the independence and stuff. So probably that's it. But I still think that he can still improve. He's a little bit older, but he's definitely stronger than his rating.
And how about your ambitions? You said that you're lacking rating.
Yeah.
You still are not giving up?
I'm not giving up, but I'm not a professional chess player. I have a full-time job, so that influences me a lot, and I'm doing mostly coaching now, also a little bit of arbitering, everything besides playing. So I did not give up on that because I have like I think 5 IM norms. I was my peak rating was 2380, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Now I'm not that ambitious, so maybe that's a good sign actually.
Okay, let's discuss this game. Let's check the opening. So yeah, Nikola is E4 player, but at some stage he was more sharp, I would say, than now. Or
Probably maybe his opponent started preparing more, so maybe he has to sidestep his repertoire. But he's known as an attacking player, E4 principal player. He always plays the main lines. So I think that he played bishop b5. Right?
let's check.
That's a novelty for me because he.
Rosolimo, yeah, that's why I said he adjusted a bit. Yeah. Because, as you mentioned, all Nikola would immediately play d4 without thinking who is sitting opposite. Okay, this is now topical, and it's hard to say what is the theory. Now with this Magnus style repertoire, it's really hard to say what is the main opening theory these days. G6, what do you play yourself?
Well, I'm mostly one d4 player. Now I start switching a little bit to e4, but in my heart I'm one d4 player. Although when I play e4, I play like this, so I like these spatial advantages and structures like that. So I think Nikola is very good at them. So let's see.
And with black, do you play Sicilian?
I played Sicilian, but mostly e5 or e6, so Spanish and French. Actually, I played against Nikola so many times with black, so I tried everything. I tried the Sicilian, I lost there. I tried the French, I lost there. So I switched to Berlin. That secured me a draw.
Okay. So you're learning from your experience. So
it's a good thing when we have him here, so we can try a lot of things, and we know that he will do his best to beat him.
Okay, this is classical stuff. Yes. Okay, black is transferring knight to e6, and then d4 is an option. Yeah. White is better always in this. So will he exchange or not? He did. Rook a to d1. Okay, interesting. So he's counting on f4, f5.
That's more in his style. Then when d1 looks more positional, he is more kingside attack player.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so I guess he's feeling comfortable in.
The knight on the 8 looks a little bit weird now, right?
I agree. Although if long term you don't do something with white, piece can be rerouted. So pawn structure is more I would say like long term issue than like a piece weakness. So yeah, white probably counts that he will be ready. Yeah.
Maybe immediately is a threat. So. Looks like white. Things are going well for white here.
Yeah. Let's check how another newcomer is doing, how Denis Kadric is doing. You can.
Yes, he's board 1 for our country.
Originally Bosnian, studying in US, 2600 at some stage, very sharp. Little bit, similar in style like Nikola, but the openings are not.
Yeah. I think that his main strength is playing with white, e4 and Italian, and that's where he's the best at. And of course, with black pieces, he's great in King's Indian and those structures.
There is a famous YouTube, you can find it, guys, video. He was playing Blitz. I think it was maybe it was not World Championship, but it was some Blitz event. He was playing against Nakamura, and that was this Italian game. And he was better than draw or something, so it was then maybe even worse. I don't recall all the game, but the way how the game ended. And yeah, he was really on a level.
On Italian, I think that he's 27-15 Italian with white. Like actually now in the World Olympiad, he played I think 3 or 4 games with Italian with white against higher rated players, and he was better in all of them from the opening. And he played a beautiful game against Vincent Kaimer. He's top 20 player, and he crushed him. It was a beautiful game.
Yeah, I saw the game, and it was some on F7 something in the end. Yeah, it was a great game. So guys, don't try Italian at home against Denis. Very strong player, but
here he didn't play e4.
Yeah, he played his d3. So this is, I think, his issue, that he might sometimes, Yeah, lack of this confidence to go for the main lines all the time. Maybe you will make some draws, maybe you will get catched at some position, but you should. I think he's a player with some better openings. Although he can be very nervous, the style of his chess sometimes consumes a lot of nerves, right?
Yes, definitely. That's his. I think that's his main strength and weakness. That's how to say, passion he has for chess. Things are going well. Things are going really well for him. And I think that he played d3 mostly. He wants to play a game with black pieces. Like he does always d6, g6 with black. So he did the same. He knows the structures. He knows everything. He just gave up tempo for his opponent, and he's playing the.
Yeah, King Sidian or sometime, or this Philidor and some other first defense stuff.
This is already quite original.
Yeah, he's sort of playing against London system, upgraded that he already collected the bishop without h6 and g5 in that line with black.
Okay, and his opponent is 20 to 20.
Yeah, but Turkish players, it can be really.
Dangerous.
You said that you have students around the globe, or?
Yes, mostly in the US and some here locally. So it's
Not from Turkey.
not from Turkey. I think they already have very good coaches, better than me. Especially Sholak is doing a great job.
Yes, exactly. I mentioned him around. I saw a lot of supporters for Edis Gorel, a really good player. I estimated his chances to qualify at least 50%, because I think he's a very good player.
How many do players?
20, but as I mentioned, it's possible to even as a substitute to jump in with some other places. So I think he has good chances. He's 25th. He's 25th in the starting rank. I think he has a good chance. Yeah. Okay. Before you don't need to ask Dennis twice.
Yes.
Will he make this move? Because
His bishop pair will matter.
Yeah.
Position will get open.
Yeah, it's sort of already knight on a5 is really annoying. It's already quite.
This is not his style, but if he has to do it, he will do it well. So.
Okay, good position for him. I would hesitate a bit which rook to place, because maybe sometimes e3, d4 also can be but yeah, he's heading towards this concept.
I don't see any idea for black to play active. So.
Okay, let's maybe touch one more or some other. Do you want to check?
Yeah, we can maybe see. We can see that Sargsyan game if you want to.
Okay, let's check top players. So Sargsyan, fantastic player. Really great player.
Board 1 for Romania?
Before he was playing board 1, then sometimes they were also putting him on second board, but he is the guy. Let's have a board, let's check the moves.
Like Slav. I used to play the Slav and it was popular.
Yeah. Okay, here is obvious that...
I played the same line against with white pieces. It was a draw like half a year ago. I was better at some point, but he managed to go for the draw.
How it went?
It went like knight b7 here, castles, bishop d6, played bishop d6, knight b2, castles e4, e5.
E4, e5. Okay, this is known from Anand's games and some others.
Okay, so here he took on c4, so he changed to that, and actually knight c3.
It's a bit surprising, because usually people use this advantage place. Yeah, because on b5 then a4 and knight can land on c4 through d2.
Probably he had something prepped, so he wanted to try that, right?
Exactly. Yeah, this is all known. I know this. But knight e5 I'm not so familiar. I think I saw some games here, either bishop g5 or something. So knight e5 is a move. Okay, depends. Some players are hiding their preparation. Some of them are using it to have an easier day, to get some sharp position, finish his opponent. Although Nebojša can be a tricky opponent, on a good day he can be.
He's very good in positional play, and in that transition from positional to dynamic, he's finding some resources in close positions. I think this position is quite concrete. I mean, white will sack the pawn, and white will try to seize the initiative very quickly. I'm not sure if some knight f7s are a threat already, but I think it's quite concrete. Black should.
This is my style. This is how I play.
Yeah.
This
So
is
what
my
is black doing here?
Yeah, no, I'm playing with white, so
Sure.
I don't know what is black doing. But if I would be black, I would immediately think about some counter. C5 would be on my list immediately.
Yeah, also, but I'm worried about knight f7.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Probably this already
Yeah,
is
knight f7.
rook e6
yeah,
and
so that's why castle. Now, if white does not prevent c5, it will
Yeah.
happen definitely next move. So I'm not sure how they.
okay, either bishop g5. Probably bishop g5 is the move.
Yes.
And now,
Some
yeah, maybe again some c5 can be possible. This is usually how.
Is maybe queen f3 possible to try to stop that?
Okay, it can be a move. It can be, but yeah, queen c7 or rook b8.
Yeah, actually it's too slow to switch the queen all the way to h3 maybe and start some attack there.
Okay, let me think for a second. If I can. Okay, no need for that. Yeah, it's quite interesting what will be a follow-up.
Probably bishop g5, I think it's.
Yeah.
How much time did I spend on the last move? Because bishop g5 seems obvious, and if it's not played so far, then.
Castle was played, and now white is thinking. Yeah, it's not clear what will happen. And let's check next board because we have another local player. Just
We have the player from the national team from the year ago.
Mhm.
He's a young player, and I think he's around 24, 25, and he's playing against Demchenko in black piece.
it's board number.
Board number 36.
Okay, let me find it. Yes. So what's going on? French defense. Yeah.
Maybe 2c5, right?
Yeah. Okay, Demchenko is. It's quite. Yeah, combination of I would say like sharp player, but the guys who are maybe showing that they are sharp by choosing the opening, but if they get the chance to play some squeezing type of game, very annoying to play.
Andrei was a Najdorf player for a long time. He played all the main lines and sharp stuff, and then suddenly a couple of years ago he switched to playing French. So maybe he chose this opening by playing.
So he wants to suffer a bit, right?
Yeah, so we'll see how that will turn out here. But he's playing French for already 2 years, so he has some experience there. And I mean, if you have to choose what will your 2600 rated opponent player will play, I think that this is a good opening choice for Andrei. I mean, he will suffer, but
Yeah.
he knows that the position is healthy. He knows that things are doing okay so far. So we'll
Yeah.
see what happens.
Okay. Thanks, Miloš, for joining, and yeah, good luck with your. What do you expect from Montenegrin commentary? Are people following chess a lot in Montenegro?
Yes, lately, in the last couple of years, I think that a lot more people are following chess, and a lot more people are asking me how things are going and stuff like that. Local TV is doing commentary on every event we have here in Montenegro. So yeah, things are improving a lot, and it's a very good thing for chess.
Yeah, I remember the last few events that you're also doing some commentary for Montenegro on TV, and it's always nice to also promote it locally. Yeah.
Actually, I played the first broadcasted game in Montenegro here against Venice. We played these matches to who gets the spot to the World Cup, and it was 2 years ago. And from that moment, every local tournament, like the national championship, national league, is broadcast.
Okay, great. Okay, guys, I think it's a moment that we have a break. We will leave you with the cameras from the playing hall, and once again, thanks for joining.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Welcome back, guys. I briefly checked the playing call, as you know, maybe from Club Cup, the ones who were following. Sometimes it's much easier to grasp the things there, and there is one important encounter, especially for French fans and Romanian fans. On the board, number 12, Etienne Bacrot, my generation, fantastic player, grandmaster. He was top 10 player, wunderkind, coach, rider, really, important guy in chess, I would say, even in chess history. And Etienne is playing against Tudor Henry Edward, who is representing Romania, and who is one of the most talented players at the moment. I think that his rating, actually I checked, his rating is 2365, okay. But the thing is that he's FIDE Master, being 13 years old. And the way how he plays, he's really capable of great things. So this encounter is quite interesting. We can go with the board there. So let's have a chessboard. Let's see the moves. What's going on in that game? So at the moment, Black is playing really super precise. Etienne, it's not easy pairings for Etienne in the first round. Young, probably underrated players. So Etienne went for the isolated pawn structure, something I'm a big fan, and yeah, these are the positions that suits me very well. There are dynamics, but also it's possible to play it in a slower way. Bishop g5, this is unknown, rook d1. This setup looks unusually is better for white, but there is a lot of on stake. Probably here f4 is needed. Usually this is the way how they proceed. But Etienne, of course, is aware of all those details and he didn't want to go for it. Also, sometimes even bishop a6 is a move. Bishop e3 played, knight d5, bishop takes, knight c3 back. I'm not sure that this was something white was planning. f5 was played, rook f5. Black went for an endgame. And now Black is thinking, probably, I don't know, bishop c5, king f1, a5 is possible. Outcome also some bishop b4 to immediately steer a game to a draw, or even some more adventurous stuff like bishop a3, which, oh, okay, probably also, sorry, takes c5, do the same job. Yeah, so it seems that Henry is actually having a quite nice achievement in the first round, being able to hold the player of Etienne's caliber. It's a huge success, but don't forget, don't underestimate that Etienne is one of the best players, I would say, in endgames as well. So he can also, win a game if he has only a slight pull. So I'm quite curious to see, will something happen here? Bishop e4. So Black is heading towards a draw. In the meantime, I'm trying to check, is there any comment, anything, any remark from your side, guys? As I mentioned, don't hesitate to ask. You can always set a question or something. I'm happy to reply. My friend from Croatia, Grandmaster Ante Brkic, 26 plus player, greetings to Ante. He was 26-40 at some stage, top 100, had corrected me, thanks for that I was wrong. Mamedyarov is not here for Edis Gurel, so basically then the story that Sholak, Dragan Grandmaster, is his main coach, not only but probably main coach, was correct, and Mamedyarov is here, but not for Edis, but he is here for another Turkish player. I'm now checking also other players. So we have Erdogmus. This is Mamedyarov pupil at this event, but Yilmaz is here, Sanal, Can, they are a little bit older, and there are some younger players. So I'm quite curious to see who will be new Erdogmus, new Gurel. So they have a really, really bright future. It comes in a wave. So let's say 10 years ago, when Yilmaz, Sanal, they were breaking through, and then there was some kind of break, few years break, but again they have a quite prominent generation. So which pairings crossed my mind besides top players? I'm trying to recall. I saw some encounters. For example, here, European youth champion, I think under 16, woman champion is here. Her name is Noga Orion, and she's reigning champion, current champion, I think under 18, 16 or 18, I think 18 European champion. There are probably some of them around even more, but I don't know by heart all of them. So I've noticed her in the playing hall. Whom else? Let me try to check. Yeah, okay, probably in the next rounds we will see this more and more often. Shvedova Alexandra, I think she was also important in youth championship, maybe same group, under 18 or either 16, I'm not sure, but she was top 3, I would say. But there are some other as well. You might help me if you know some who are there, and I'm not aware. Let's check the moves. Let's see top boards, what has happened in Fedosev's game. So we left around here, bishop d6 as expected, played, takes, bishop e6, castles a3. Okay, white is enjoying slight plus. As I mentioned, white can go for the queen side minority attack, or white can also try to push e4, which actually white is combining. Knight to d6 is a perfect square. I was mentioning this, that in this structure, this knight really fits perfectly there. It can jump to c4, it can jump to e4, f5, much better place than on f6. Knight e6, b5 played. Knight e4, it's a bit underestimated by engine, but I'm not sure, is this correct? Probably it's also quite reasonable move. Long term, this weakness might start to tell, and this structure is usually better for white. Okay, it's obvious. That famous, I think it's Nigel Short's joke, that it's good to have islands if you are a minister of tourism of Greece. But if you're a chess player, good chess player, then it's quite wise not to have so many islands. So one island, second one, groupation, long one is this one, while black is having 3 islands, which favors white. So long-term strategy is in white's favor because pawn structure is quite stable, and it's not easy to change it when it's defined. While, as I said, piece activity, it can evaporate, so it's more about long-term strategy, and exchanging pieces means that piece activity is not a deciding factor, so you can always much easier exchange the pieces because your opponent, to avoid it, needs to run away, and usually you cannot do it all the time, while pawns and weaknesses of pawns is not easy to get rid of. So I think this is the concept now, that black needs to come up with something quite aggressive. And maybe it's a moment that we go full screen to see the camera how Fedoseev first board is doing. From afar, it seems to me that he's quite worried. We can stay for a second. It's not the opening outcome he was hoping for. So, okay, it doesn't mean that suddenly black is already on the verge of defeat, but he will need to now come up with warp speed to be ready to create a mass, to calculate perfectly, to use psychology, trying to steer his opponent to time pressure, maybe some other psychological stuff as well. So it's not now about the position only. It's about some playing qualities and playing factors. And he will now, Vladimir will think for a second, not for a second, for a while, and then he will come up with some, I would say, like 100% effort. As I mentioned before, he got his famous moment winning against Magnus at the Olympiad, recent Olympiad. Also, he's known for great blitz skills. Very nice guy. Now representing Slovenia, originally from Russia. So Vladimir is, of course, capable to pull a miracle here. Don't forget that against Magnus, he was black. He was in worse position. Maybe I could even say some stronger word, but then managed to hold, and at the right moment to use this possibility even to play for a win. So tough moment for Vladimir, and he will spend some time, I expect like 5-6 minutes, just to change his mindset for a moment, and now to go into this really fighter's mode. Kudos to his opponent. Maybe viewers could help me with providing some more infos about his opponent. Usually on top boards you mainly know the strongest players, but I'm quite curious to learn, is Vladimir's opponent, Kanya Marala, Tarun, is he capable to go for it, to play for a win, not only maybe to play for a draw? So I'm quite surprised. That with some huge effort he got this very good chance. He can exchange a lot of pieces and then start fighting against, or start attacking this weakness. Let's move on. Let's check the next board. We can combine it with the camera. So let's see the board, let's see the moves. On the second board, Deak, as I mentioned during Club Cup broadcast, he was quite aggressive, let's say a year ago. His repertoire was playing Najdorf with white entering the main lines, let's say a year and a half. But then he changed his repertoire. Same goes for Rapport. Although Rapport is starting with quite sharp opening, but somehow then not going all in, steering towards some security. Bogdan has a different approach. Just to add that Richard is playing different style in rapid and blitz games, but in classical, speaking about classical, before he was burning all the bridges. Today, Rapport is playing, I would say, safer chess, and if you check his results in classical chess, not many decisive games. Deak has changed his repertoire. He's playing some sidelines, always some h3, a3, avoiding the main lines. Very stable. With black, he barely loses. During Club Cup, that was a good asset for super chess, although the team was not successful. In the end, only 7th, if I'm not mistaken, which was a huge upset when you have Gukesh, Abdusatoro, Pragnananda. Deak was on board number 4. But he changed his style. He's quite positional these days, and I'm not surprised that he's playing this type of position. A year and a half, e4 would be played with some crazy stuff. Yeah, so here white has a nice potential, nice advantage. This bishop is a lousy one, and yeah, g5 probably. Now you just start rolling your pawns. And it looks to me that Deak is very confidently cruising towards the victory. We can check full board camera. Let's go full screen. Let's see how is he doing. Yeah, his opponent actually is walking around, but I don't believe that that his opponent is confident about his position. It's more about, yeah, some psychological warfare, although doesn't look great for black. Deak will now start to calculate. Okay, come on, he's 2700 rated player. He doesn't need to be confused. Yeah, he knows if he's much better. He's much better. So he's yeah, so Deak is now calculating. Let's have a board. Let's check the next game where Jordan Van Forest. How is he doing? We left around here. Knight f4 has been played. Black is fine, but also white is having a stable position. Listen, guys, you know that I'm not a top player. I'm an ordinary GM. 2590 was my career high, but I was experiencing a lot of similar stuff. You come to the game, you can play, for example, something super sharp, crazy, but then you get into worse position, dubious position, and you start asking yourself, why didn't I play some normal stuff? Why would he outplay me or not make mistake in some ordinary, equal, normal position? Then in different case, you just opted for some super solid, and then suddenly the position is not great. There is no chance or no big chance for a win, and you start asking yourself, come on, I could have played whatever against these guys, some sharp opening. Why would he outplay me there? So it's not easy. And as I said, if it was a match, let's say that you're playing a match always with the black pieces. Jordan is playing against Attila with black, and he's playing like 6 games, and then you can try one game, you can try super sharp. Second, you can try dry, and you have many chances for your strategy. But sometimes you have only one chance, and those questions start to arise. And I think now Jordan is not happy because, yeah, it looks very stable. Now you need also to be able to outplay your opponent. You need to play risky, or you need to bluff a bit, which sometimes doesn't feel great. So let's check. Jordan went all in, sacrificing pawn, Sicilian style. But okay, he's a pawn down. Don't believe that this is something he wanted, being pawn down. Rook c7. Yeah, Jordan was having a tough experience during the Club Cup. He lost against Murzin. It was this important encounter. I'm trying to recall, was it Turkish Airlines? Not, maybe Turkish Airlines, yes. He said that he was not playing great, opening chance backfired. And he's very, as I said, very polite, a great person. So he said that, yeah, I got outplayed, what to do. So he's not in a great, I would say, mood since this Club Cup actually finished, 2 weeks ago. And you might be shaken a bit. So for his tournament, I think it will be very important what happens here. If he manages to survive, to stay in the tournament with the normal way of starting, then he can be very, very dangerous, because that experience somehow sharpens all your I would say energy and your concentration and everything, and then suddenly you are aware that you were very close to have a horrible tournament, and suddenly you are in a driving seat and you start to calculate, you become very precise, and not lazy during the game in terms of calculating and so on. Position looks very dubious, being pawned down, 3 against 2, against 1 long term can always be shaky, but there are some holes in white position. So I'm quite interested how this game will move on. So is Alireza playing here? I got an info that after this WR tournament in London, is it WRC or WR? I'm not sure. And I think Firuza was playing there. He was playing against MVL. There was this classical match, and he lost the match. And since FIDE is having this Grand Prix, one rumor says that he said, okay, maybe not exact words, but in terms, thanks for beating me, now I don't need to play European Championship. Okay, it was a joke, because here, of course, with his rating, which is 2780, whatever, if he plays against 2600 opponents, to collect those points for Grand Prix, FIDE Grand Prix, to be able to qualify to candidates and so on, then of course he's risking a lot. And okay, 1 or 2 games, for example, during European teams, or maybe some league, okay, he can play against lower rated opponents, but to play all the time against 26, 25, 50, 580 players like Gurel, like I don't know, even some others like Kurovo, it's quite tough. Magnus is somehow successful in playing against them. I heard that, for example, during Olympiad, he said that he's ready to play against any 25-50 opponent. So, of course, it will be tough for Alireza. There was some story that he would be present here, but he's not. It's not easy to attract top players. Before, top players were earning from classical chess, and then Rapid and Blitz were something where they would Yeah, play for time to time, it would be like extra money. But these days, with so many rapid and classical Grand Chess Tour, Champions Tours, online events, they somehow are not used to playing classical. You have only few events, maybe St. Louis Finals Grand Chess Tour, maybe some Olympiad or European teams. Firouzja was not playing in Olympiad. Club Cup, maybe. Firouzja was not playing in Club Cup. And basically that's it. You have maybe candidates and that's it. So 11 rounds, European individual, it's not easy to attract top players. So we can move on with the board. Let's check how Martirosyan is doing. Is our board number 4. So what has happened here? We left around here and I said that this position is quite tough for white. I analyzed this a lot with Grandmaster Kozhel, former European champion. In 2006, my compatriot and coach at some stage, then we became friends. Those who were following Olympiad broadcast at some stage, Peter Svidler was saying so many beautiful words about Zdenko, as calling him legend, which is cool when Peter Svidler is saying as a legend for someone that is a legend. And I mentioned this to Peter in London during Global Chess League. I said I was impressed how you praised Zdenko. Yeah, for younger generation probably he's not so known, but Zdenko was a tough opponent at his best. And I was analyzing this with him with white, and basically we were not happy for this position. I think bishop g4 now should be played. Black played it. Take on f3, yes, and knight a6 or knight d7. And you need to be really strong player to squeeze. Of course, Hayek is much better than me, so he knows how to do it. But for me, it was tough, because suddenly, if you push, you are surrendering the c5 square. If you take, the same, and always some c6. I think c6 should be played, maybe even immediately. Yes, okay. I don't know the moves, but opponent is actually doing it the right way. Takes, cd. Okay, maybe here, I'm not sure that this is the right way. Maybe it's better to stay put for a while. Maybe some rook c8 or something. At some stage to provoke c5. Sometimes also here h5 is a move. Maybe even immediately. Okay, takes, and maybe h5. It can be a move. And everything looks tempting. I don't know, dc, bc, b5, but he plays something like this. And then he collects the pawn. And it goes nowhere. cd, ed, yes. Okay, still a mess. I don't believe that this was the right way to play this b5. Aha, but d5 was hanging. Now I got it. Okay. If white can somehow manage to avoid to push d5, because c5 is the point at some stage. I don't know how. Maybe even super slowly, like this. But then queen b6 comes. And b4 is again under attack. Not sure. Because this way, even if you collect the e-pawn, in some queen and a rook against queen and a rook, I don't believe that white pawn will be of importance. Very interesting moment. Let's check the camera full screen. Let's see how Hayek is doing. This reminds me of tournament in UAE. I was playing 3-4 times. Once maybe Abu Dhabi, 3 times Dubai. Abu Dhabi I will remember forever. It was 2006, if I'm not mistaken, or 2008. Maybe 2008. And that tournament is in August. And when you come to UAE in August, you can imagine, guys, the temperature outside. And first round, so many talented players from India, completely underrated, and struggle in the first round. It's massive open tournament. When you see so many of my colleagues, I don't know, mine, I was number 25, let's say, for example, at the starting list. And then you start checking the results afterwards, and you see And then you see first board draw, second board underrated player wins, third board draw, then fourth board maybe one win of seeded player, then again draw. So basically your point is just to break through in the first one round, because then you start to play against title players. But it was really funny sometimes when you're playing against underrated 2100 rated players from India, and basically they are there to win against you. They are not afraid of winning. And okay, this first round reminds me of that, since a lot of players are struggling. I think we have a move, or not. Not yet. I don't see it, but I saw that Kaik has stood up. Knight d2 played. Okay, now probably we will get it. Not yet. We are missing this move, but knight d2 was played. Let me check. Knight d2. Yeah, some rook e8, rook a8. Black can decide. Probably rook e8 is more to the point. Then queen come to e5. And basically black is having a great position. If now Martirosyan would be black, I would bet on him quite easily. But for white, if he's white, then of course he will put some resistance and psychology, rating, everything starts to tell. Let's check how David Navarra, we have him on the camera, you can see it. We left around here. So he managed to outplay his opponent. Knight on c5 is fantastically placed. Let me check. Okay. Unclear position, but black seems to be doing very well. King is much better on c7 than on g1. Yeah, a lot of promising things. Šarić was completely winning out of the opening, and it looks like he's just finishing his opponent. This looks horrible. Okay, black wants to regroup, but anyway, some g4. I don't believe that it is possible to set up a fortress. Black will lose some pawn in the end when one of the bishop penetrates. Pityugov winning, being 2 pawns up, bishop pair. It's not of importance. Let's check something else. Here, okay, let me check this game. This is the position I like to analyze. So Shant is playing this a3. Guys, if you were following Club Cup, you can recall Maurizi against Maxodlo. It was a game where actually Sheikh the Shatter has won the match. No, or it was level in the end, 3-3, but it was important for them on the second board because Maurizi was not in super great shape. It was very important for them that they hold on the second board against Parham, since he's in a really great attacking shape. And the opening choice was, I think, this one. And Etienne Bacroc has been playing that for a while, and some others. I think it was a perfect choice, and Maurizi was so close to win. In the end, it was a draw. So here, a6, interesting way. Okay, I was always the one choosing black in this position. Interesting that he didn't play bishop a4, but also bishop a5 might be good enough. Okay, he wanted to kick the queen first. Yeah, black seems to be doing quite well. He collected the pawn. Okay, now it's a bit messy, but yeah, it looks that black is doing quite fine. Unless there is some tactical blow. Let me check. h5. If I take, okay, why h5? Why not bishop b4 first? b6. So let me try to grasp why engine is suggesting h5. So h5, queen takes, bishop b4, b6, a5, and now to understand what's going on. It's very tough. Okay, let's have a small break and then I will have another guest who might help me choosing the right continuation.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Welcome back. I don't believe that I need to announce. I'm announcing you all the time, but
no need.
Yeah.
Let's start.
Yes.
Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
Yeah, President Zmeperashvili. Yeah. So, how is the tournament going from your
From the
point
point
of
of
view?
the starting, I think everything went well. You know, it's our expectation regarding Montenegro, especially starting from last year. It's a high expectation because the European Team Championship, you remember, was organized on the high level in Budva. So, of course, Petrovac, it's no, we cannot say that this is similar conditions like in Budva, because we have to understand the situation that when it's an individual tournament, we have to think about, and organizers also have to think about that for the chess players, the tournament should not become very expensive. So this is important part, and Petrovac was chosen because of the reason that here chess players who are staying in the hotel, they will not be, seriously touched by high price of the hotel. So, comparing all this together and taking into account, I believe the condition is quite good when we visit the main playing hall. Main playing hall is fine, the space is enough for everyone, space is for walking, spaces for the getting the refreshment, coffee. For those who are still smoking also, important to have a condition. So, having the experience of the ladies championship, because ladies championship always don't need such a huge capacity of the playing hall. Here organizers, they succeed to have a quite nice conditions, and we continue to trust Montenegro Chess Federation about this, and of course we know that all challenges are coming here because next year will be youth championship, but with the leadership of our friend Jovan Milovic, looks like this that everything will be under, how we like to say, under control.
Yes, great.
Yes.
So you were a top player yourself. So what was actually annoying you the most as a player in terms of conditions? What was the part, for example?
Well, I can tell you that, of course, first of all, it's important not only playing condition, but important is, okay, when playing condition, it's too tight, and you don't have the space for walk, and somehow you are disturbing the other players. Of course, it's not nice. It's really not nice, and it's touching you, it's touching the others, and they cannot be the fine for. But of course, beside all this, playing hall important is to have a decent room. Where you can rest well and prepare. Also, conditions for walking after the game, which is very important because after the game, our brain is still very hot, and you need to refresh completely and to forget about even if you have a successful day or unsuccessful, you must forget it quite early. Because it will help you to better prepare for the next round. And that was important. And of course, also it's important, I always pay less attention for the food. Mm-hmm. Food should be just decent food, not the excellent one, because excellent food sometimes is even not helping you, opposite, because you are very much concentrated for nice food and you are losing the control, you are eating too much. When it's food, it's just a decent one. You eat how much really you need to eat and not to be overeaten. So, for me, was such a condition always was important. And friendly atmosphere always. It's when it's some complications, it's touching you. You want it or not, it's touching you. But when it's quite tournament and friendly atmosphere, it's good.
And I think this feedback comes quite fast. So here we already got some feedback that players are happy. This first impression is happy. What I think it's very, very important.
No, it's big number of the players. It is good to have such a feedback because when you have numbers like around 400 players, so not always all will get the similar condition. That's obvious, and some of them they can be not satisfied.
Do you regret that Magnus is not playing or some top players this type of activity?
I believe that we are together and on this field, and we are discussing also between us that European Championship, whatever we are successful and we are increasing the number and all is going well, still what we are missing and seriously missing, it's not only about the Magnus, but we are missing the top players. Top players, again, what is the problem here? Is problem here prize found? Maybe it's possible that there is a prize found, or some kind of, because top players normally they play almost always Robin round tournament, which they have clear agenda, how much kilo point of rating they can win or they can lose, and this is open tournament. It's not easy to keep the rating when you are in top 10. very difficult. To keep your rating, actually, you have to be at least in first three places. And, with full respect of the top players, there is no any guarantee for this.
Yes.
Even I can tell you worse that, if you few times top player will play unsuccessfully such a tournament, then maybe they will shake also about the situation. Will they get the invitation for the tournament which really they are living with this tournament? So this is the reason. But discussing with you was not a long time ago. We spoke about this, that maybe until now for such a tournament we don't have a sponsor. We don't have. We have an organizer who is putting the quite decent money, including the organizational cost and everything, but we don't have a sponsor, and without sponsor it's difficult to catch the best players. We are not talking about the Magnus. Magnus, I believe that because he somehow, from my point of view, much less is concentrated about the fees, money. He's more concentrated about the situation. For example, Club Cup, if you take Club Cup. This year they don't participate, but it was expectable for me, because after such a huge success what they got last year, winning the European Club Cup, it looks like that Magnus is a guy who is reaching some goal. This was a goal for him. For him was not to be top 3 or something. For him was important to win something. And they won. And okay, he fulfilled his agenda. Now, actually, if you remember, he mentioned about this, that on probably the only championship which he didn't play, this European Championship. I believe that normally we have a very good chance to have Magnus first in Rapid and Blitz, because Rapid and Blitz is becoming more and more popular. Now, if we follow the situation, even financially, it's more popular and more. And the players, still they don't care about losing or winning the rating there. They care about more classical chess. I believe that we have a chance that Magnus. I don't want to say sooner or later. Soon, more than later, he will play the championship, and this will be huge success for us. And if Magnus will play, it will bring probably the other top players also.
Yeah, we are big fans of his style, how he plays European teams, that he's risking Club Cup, he's risking rating. That's a really, really nice role model from his side.
To me looks like when I follow the Magnus today, after especially when he quit his title, and etc. So first of all, he become more flexible. Second, I feel that he is playing really to enjoy and not to think about how many elo points he will lose or how much money he will make. This is like a role model of the chess player now for me. Real role model, like we want to see the real athlete, real sportsman. The Magnus is like this.
What do you think about this system, FIDE system, where they're encouraging some players to play for this Grand Prix, or where they're getting this rating points? That may be good also for European or continental events, because they are also collecting some points through continental championships.
Yes, but for this, we cannot do this without sponsorship. Obviously, for me, that if you have an umbrella sponsor for this, then we can start this. Otherwise, if you don't have an umbrella sponsor, how you can succeed?
I understand.
Yeah.
You are going to Singapore, right?
Yes, I'm going to Singapore a little bit earlier than much will start. That Singapore, it's a place where I spent some part of my life, and I always enjoy to be in Singapore. Yes, I'm going there, and I will stay all months there.
Okay, so first row experience from Singapore.
Yes, it will be interesting somehow. That what I wish now for Singapore, I wish that match will be successful not on the fields only, the organization, but the players will show both players their best, because this is important when something like Singapore, which is a very successful economically country, one of the leading countries in the world, when we can understand Singapore when they are organizing, for example, Formula One and spending money and etc. etc. They know that from this they are only winning. They are not losing anything organizing. From chess, they don't have a clear agenda that what country is winning from this. But they agree on the level of the government. They agree that okay, let's have a chess. And it's very important how such a world championship will go there. For the future, if Singapore can be on the map of chess as a country with very huge economical and business background, this will be very important for chess. That Singaporeans will be happy.
Also, Google is around. There is stuff.
For this, I could say like this: that local organizers and our friend who is now CEO of the federation, Kevin Go, the Grandmaster. Actually, we are when we are in Singapore, we play the games and we have some trainings also together. He actually tried a lot to get the championship in Singapore. Really try a lot. He was successful in many negotiations. And from FIDE side, I would say that Emil Sutovsky, sometimes you cannot see it visibly but Emil did a lot that involving Google from the FIDE side. Because a local organizer, of course, they find the Google, Singapore Google, but then Google become a sponsor. And this is very important work, what Emil has done. Not in the field of how much money they are bringing, but for chess it's important that such a big name as a Google is next to chess.
Yeah, endorsing the event. Okay, actually I think viewers and you and me can agree that the point is, as you mentioned, that all players both players are playing their best chess. At the moment, Ding is quite shaken.
I just to say that it was even not interview, but I don't know the reason to say the truth, why the world champion I can understand that he's for sure analyzing the game of Gukesh. He's analyzing, he respects his chess value, everything. But when he say like this, I'm worried to lose this match badly, it means like this that it's a psychological move, or he's a desperate. For example, from my example, I can tell you from my example, I was playing in 1999 in Las Vegas, and because I was qualified in the second round, my opponent should be winner of the Nicepiano Juric. And my wife was asking me that why you are not preparing the match. It was not completely true because I see many games of Nicepiano because the expectation was that Nicepiano will qualify and not Juric. I said, okay, if Juric qualified, I don't need the big preparation because I still believe that I can just in few days prepare myself and win this match. I was confident about this. But when I analyze Nicepiano's game, I cannot find the weak points for myself, where I really can be better than Nicepiano. And this somehow, I became a little bit desperate about this, and I don't want to see chess. I was only hoping, okay, let Juric win the match. But unfortunately, Juric did not win the match. We met, and I was very close to win the match, but not by game, by chance. I was really close to win this match, but finally I lost because I was already prepared losing this match without any declaration. But now Ding Liren, he made a declaration. And, comparing for boxing, for example, even if you are very weak and your opponent is very strong, you have to declare that you will beat him and you will crush him and etc., just to encourage yourself, your supporters. Now what the supporters of Ding Liren, they are thinking, what the guy is playing so much and very strange.
I agree. You want to check maybe some game?
Yeah,
let's check. Let's get the board. Let's check the first board. It seemed that Fedoseev is struggling, although probably possible to hold. I mentioned that he won against.
Deputy Prime Minister, he made a e4, but looks like this that
Yeah, Deputy Prime Minister was there from Montenegro, and E4 was played.
E4 was played, but okay, it's a joke. It was a joke. It's played, and no, yes. The position is like this: that white is controlling almost all space. Yes.
Yeah, as I mentioned here, the problem is this weakness, but he's tricky player. Let us say he's a tricky player. Bishop takes h3.
Bishop h3 now, and what is then now?
Okay, of course, he
You
takes,
can-
queen
No,
takes, so king takes, and so probably check, and then some pawn push, I guess.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 maybe also good.
No, you
King g4, huh?
Queen.
Ah, sorry, queen is here. Sorry, my bad.
But
Yeah.
why cannot take?
f5 maybe.
F5. If I start, let's say like this, if I start with bishop h7, first move, how is it there? Not to take on h3, just to take on h.
Okay, king
Then knight is coming. Okay, how is knight?
f5 as well.
Again f5.
Okay, so this is a tricky moment. We can have them on the full screen. Let's just check this camera. So
Okay,
he's
then-
confident, I think.
So tactical solution.
So king h3, 10 minutes on the clock. Not a great situation for white.
Yeah, then it's okay. Yes. Bishop h3. Very good tactical solution. Bishop h7 is not really changing the situation. But okay, anyway, if I take on h7 and just I compete, then what's going on?
Okay, so let's get the board back. So bishop takes, king h8,
And
bishop.
go back and just.
Okay, it's possible. Probably it's fine. If
Yeah.
bishop this g4, let's say, or bishop,
G4.
yeah, or bishop somewhere back,
No,
d7 or whatever. Okay, here knight e5. I don't know, is it possible? Maybe it's not. Can you? Yeah, maybe.
You can take queen h4 check.
No, rook is here.
Okay. no.
Yeah. I don't know, but so this was missed. This
He missed this opportunity.
no, this bishop h3 was missed. So
Knight g6.
so why it doesn't work immediately? Probably a king takes, and they don't have this queen h6. Okay, some chance. This game we can chess Martirosyan. Okay, you were the player who was playing this dark square strategy sometimes, right?
Okay, yeah.
So this is in your style. This looks like a fantastic position for black.
Yes. Yeah.
So Hayek is white. I'm pretty sure that this is not something he was happy about it, but his opponent is low on time. So, but it looks like a great position for black.
Yeah, and they are not facing any problem. Okay, white. Okay, will they succeed to get this ball?
Don't
Yeah.
believe. Rook will come to e8, and what then? We can get them on camera as well, so that we see board number 4. Combine it with the chessboard. So let's get a chessboard as well.
No, obviously that whites are suffering.
Okay,
Seriously.
only chance is to play on time, 15 moves.
But okay, it's not easy to play for time.
Yeah, where to go, huh?
You have to go just.
Rook e8, and
Well,
then
it's so
suddenly
simple.
the guy can wait as well. He can wait forever and then come out of the
What's the rating of the opponent?
2360.
Okay, maybe it's time to offer a draw for the better.
Yes. Actually, that happened in Jordan for Forest, since he was a clear pawn down, but his opponent. So around here I left. Okay, you have some chance maybe to muddy the waters, but it's just a pawn up.
Just pawn up.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's not easy to proceed to win and etc. But okay.
Engine says +3.
Yes, for engine, but okay. You know, we have a very interesting discussion. You remember when Firouzja played some tournament, actually want to get the yellow point to qualify. Yes, and there was a discussion in the FIDE Council about this. Actually, I was defending Firouzja's because, you know, its system is not good for this, forcing such a players, you know, somehow to not I don't say that pre-arranged tournament, but to play the tournament specially for this occasion to get the rating. You know, it's not good. Not good. Like this, you remember that did Dingliren. He qualified like this. Even today's Gukesh also qualified. You know, they deserve to be qualified there. And when somehow some conditions are forced for this, you cannot completely accuse the player why they are doing this. And I was defending the Firouzja. And in one position, okay, I don't mention who, but they asked me, okay, you see the position. Now, it's clear that the opponent is winning. Why he agreed draw? And I said simply way, because it's Firouzja. And the opponent is not Firouzja. Firouzja is offering you draw.
Yes.
You have a winning position, but you don't see exactly how you are winning. You can accept this draw.
It's a process to win, and you are afraid of
I have my
process.
experience with Anatoly Karpov when I won the game, yeah? So when I joined the game, it was clear winning for everybody, for all people, even much lower level than me. When I go out, my trainer told me, bravo, you're winning now. And I said, really, I'm winning? I was still surprised under pressure that I'm playing with a world champion. And I'm not sure that if in one moment, if Karpov realized this before, and he offered me draw, how can I behave? That's a point, what psychological point, because such a big guy is offering you draw. If you are not sure about your winning, you know, somehow.
Yeah, let's take a look of this position. Let's go back with the board. Okay, so the guy, for example, plays rook a7, you push a6 and won then. You still need to move around.
You still need to move around.
And here there is 4 against 3. You might be afraid.
Yeah, knight on to 3. You know,
Yes.
somewhere you make a mistake can be made.
Exactly.
Yeah, all these bad things are coming to your mind.
Yes, and suddenly you start fooling yourself, lying to yourself. Oh, it's dangerous.
And yeah, somehow you have this kind of explanation for the others.
Alibi. Yes, you suddenly start to tell, but the guys has. And of course, if you lose, you won't have this moment of history.
Okay, it's not a secret that chess is a psychological
Yes,
game. You know, it's the other games, other sport, for example, doesn't have this. If you are a boxer or football or this, they are just running, and if they are good, they score or they hit and etc. Here it's a psychological momentum, you know, but also the strongest side, who have a worse position, should not be late offering draw. Have to find the momentum where to, otherwise, you know, if you offer in the wrong moment.
Exactly. You're completely right. This is underestimated. When to offer.
When to offer draw.
You know that you're worse, but also time trouble and something.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check this Sargsyan game against Lavrencic, because I was following at this moment and then around, here a little bit later. Yes. So queen g6, and then there was this point of engines, which is quite
h5.
To force h5 to distract the queen, play bishop b4, and then after b6 there is a5, and this is a complete mess. The point is, if you do it immediately, if you play bishop b4, b6, or immediately knight d3, or after b6, a5, knight d3. So here, queen g6, queen d1 played. It's a sign of not a great shape, right? Usually, if you miss this type of moments. And
okay, they established position.
Black is better, but probably it's not easy as well. Okay, this works for white a bit, but it's not as easy position. Okay,
so if he takes now?
Yeah, I think taking, and maybe even taking on c5.
Taking on c5.
Taking on c5, maybe. at some stage, but first I need to secure this one and then place a knight on c4. This is the
But
point.
if we go knight c4 now, after taking this knight c4, and,
Bishop h4, is it
on
possible?
a5, can we take or
Maybe.
queen e4? Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I would postpone it for a second. So I would maybe try with h5 first. You come
yeah.
f4. Now takes,
Takes here and knight c4.
takes, and probably this is. But still, maybe also here, I don't need. Sorry, my bad. I don't need to do it immediately. Maybe bishop c5 is premature. Maybe knight c4 first.
Knight c4, actually, and
This one is hanging. You come to c7, and I wait for a second. Maybe open the king. If you can take, maybe you can. Then b6 is hanging. Not clear. But black is pushing, huh?
Yeah, but okay, if I go, for example, like, will be change something if I take on c5 and queen d7, you just take on e5, yeah?
Okay, maybe. Yeah.
Possible?
Like this.
You take on e5. I'm forced to take on e5, and then I check and
This one or?
yeah, I was thinking about this one. Another option was to take on
On
f7,
f7.
but on f7 I don't like because queen f5 it's very strong there and then pushing the pawn. Queen f5, and I have a
Okay, yeah, it's not
yeah,
easy to
it's
enter
clear
this
that
one.
if I cross this and then push the pawn, I have a great
Let's
advantage.
just check has something changed in Martirosyan's game and Fedoseev, and we can conclude. So what has happened here?
No, here it's,
Knight d5 played, also reasonable option.
so how many options we have now? Can we
Probably
go knight-
returning the bishop, I guess.
Or 95 we cannot. Bishop b6 somewhere. No, we cannot.
Yeah.
Another option is bishop e4. I don't like such a move.
No, bishop d3 probably.
Bishop
Can you
d3,
take?
then you take, and if I'm taking this, just moving the rook.
Queen, I don't know, somewhere.
Okay.
Can I do it with the
Yes,
checkmate?
you
Or maybe
can do
even
it, you can do it.
maybe
You can
even
do it.
this. Can I do it this one?
Even better, yeah. Forcing to change. If I change the queen,
Yes, I can be better.
then my advantage will be clear, yeah.
So knight g5 played. Hang on. He didn't move the bishop. Let's go with the camera to the first board.
95 is now more pieces are hanging. You know, I don't like this move.
This is not the. We need the camera of the first board. So knight g5.
Somehow my feeling is that white they are losing. I don't know how, but it's impossible like this. Then. If I simply play g6,
g6.
yeah,
Yes, he
just-
plays g6. We
Yeah,
can get the
go.
board back.
come on. If you can remove your bishop, you have to remove your bishop. What he's looking to now to play queen h1 or king g1? Come on,
It's over, huh?
no okay. King
F4
g7 is
maybe.
over.
He will play f4 maybe or something. I don't know.
I don't believe this. Okay, final target is what I will give you rook for this, if needed. No, it's almost losing. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
But here, it's very strange that he played all game. Bishop d3 is so simple move. Nothing. You are just controlling the situation. You are controlling squares, which is important. That cutting the knight, and you have a full access to the board. And if you change the queen, then it's a difficult time for black.
I agree. I fully agree.
Yeah. Now your knight is not stable. So as you say, you have to play probably
f4
f4.
probably. Yeah. Will
Yeah.
be played. And then, okay, he has several ways to move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And time is in favor
Yes.
of Petrovac, yeah?
Yes. Okay, so Vladimir probably will win this one. I think some king g7 will come. Okay, it's much better for him. Okay, thanks, Zurab, for
Thank you,
joining.
Tom.
Yes, and yeah.
Thank you what you are doing for ECU and for our tournaments, and I hope that people enjoy. your reports. And,
Yeah, the point is that hopefully tomorrow I will have a guest. Committed, unfortunately, Dragana was not able to come because, of course, it's much easier to do it and more fun.
Yes, of course.
And I have a whole time co-commentator.
Okay,
Yeah.
We discussed this point and we believe that we go more professional way on this field.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, guys. Let's have a short break and I will come back.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Yeah, I'm back. Let's check the final moments of the first board with Fedosev's game, board plus camera. It's heading towards victory of black, so bishop e6 played. Usually you can check, but I think it's a moment that we also have a guest, so it will be much more fun. So give us a second to prepare. Hi, Ruslan. And we are back. I have a great grandmaster, Ruslan Ponomarev. Welcome. Congratulations for a win.
Thank you.
How was your game?
Good.
You're happy?
I mean, it's always a little bit stressful first game. Always like you just came, you know, parents a little bit like late normally because you need to see who is coming, who is not coming. And
Yeah.
I had black, and in the same moment this tournament, if you want to be in top 20, you need to win maybe at least 4 games, better 5.
Yeah, I was saying plus 5.
For good tiebreak 5 probably. You don't need,
Yeah,
so
what
it's always nice to start with win. And from my experience, I played already many European championships. It's okay. First round you have a lower rated opponent, but many times I made a draw in first round.
So, what do you think? It's advantage to be white or black in the first round?
Well, of course, it's white advantage in general. 11 rounds, it's better. If you will ask everyone to have 6 white against 5
But
black.
okay,
of
if you
course
win
it's
with black, then your second round white, which also might be a
okay,
nice
but
thing.
11 you can't have 5-5.
Yeah, okay.
Still you will have
Got it.
6. So I guess there is no doubts to have white. It's your probability just to win much higher. Like
Okay.
I don't know. You can check FIDE has this statistic. Your results with white and with black, and difficult to find some player in the maybe short statistic is fine, but long term, I think even Magnus Carlsen basically wins more with white.
Yeah, you were known for also player who were playing e4, d4 with white. You are playing
I mean,
so
with
many.
black, what can I do? I need to react. My opponent has already extra tempo.
Yeah. So you opted for d5 as expected, or you were a bit surprised by it?
I mean, my opponent is very young. I think he participates also in the prize category under 18. So it's always like tricky. What you expect, but I remember myself in such age, like you can make huge progress in 1 year, in few months. So for my opponent, it's much easier to prepare against me because I do some changes, but I'm not like going to change so much. But compared to him, I don't know. I need to play for a win because I'm black, I'm high rated, and because of tournaments with system lots of players. But at the same moment, I need to find balance between risk and reward. Not so easy.
Okay, yeah, of course you are very, very experienced, but I don't know. In recent times, do you play some tournaments, massive tournaments on opens? Do you, or basically you're not playing except the European individual, this type of tournaments, massive open tournaments with many players when you need to score many wins?
Personally, I prefer to play more rapid blitz tournaments that don't take so long time. This year, I was a few times in Romania. They organize very beautiful
Grand Prix. They have this Grand
lots of,
Prix.
tournaments. I also was in Estonia. There is organizer who is like organize very nice place, very nice conditions. And what I like about, okay, it's massive tournament, but it's kind of not very long, and I have time to see a nice place to meet new people. In the same moment, okay, if tournament goes well, fine. If it doesn't go well, then you don't suffer for so long. But of course, this kind of long tournament, it's at least for me still more like prestigious compared. I don't know, you can play maybe on like chess.com, like Magnus will play this also tournaments online. Maybe there is like also big prizes, but for me, I'm old-fashioned. It's
Okay.
like more like prestigious, and I would like to keep this kind of ability to still compete.
Yeah, I know you quite well because you're my generation, so I know all your results and everything. So yeah, I know how strong you were and that you can still play very strong. So let's check the game. So bishop f5, c4. You can stop me at the moment. Maybe you had some hesitation about the way.
I mean, it's always some hesitations, but I don't know what's critical
Yeah,
moments.
bishop a3 is normal reaction, right?
I think maybe castle. I'm not so sure if it's the most precise move.
Okay.
I had one game with black. Actually, you asked me when I played open. I remember I played in Netherlands.
Hoogeveen or something, or not?
Vlissingen, I think, is the place.
Mhm.
And one day it was double round, and my opponent was maybe even lower rated than today's my opponent. And he played this kind of reti. And I remember I didn't take on d-takes c4, I think I played e6.
Mhm.
But I also played many other moves against reti. So I hoped like to surprise. I think also d-takes c4 was some kind of analysis, maybe some chessable courses also. Well, you can check like now the difference between lower rated, higher rated in knowing like theory, like not so huge like it was before pre-computer. There are some small nuances.
Okay, so 93 now, you know that the game will be a bit sharp, right? After you took on 18.
I mean, my idea basically, I'm with black and I wanted like not to have total symmetry. And I kind of was happy. Okay, extra pawn, give some chances to me.
Yeah, of course.
He has some like Catalan compensation, but okay, his pawn not on d4, on d2. I don't know, at least looks interesting, playable. Shouldn't complain so much.
Okay, so bishop e4 is also a move you
I
like
think,
to make,
I
right?
think he wants to play knight e5 in some moment, I guess.
Okay.
Before he couldn't play knight e5 because I can play queen d4, yeah?
Yeah, double
And so-
attack. Yeah. So he went bishop e2 and then you reacted.
So basically my plan tried to hold this pawn and his play trying to find some compensation or like
Probably
somehow
not
to-
connected with this exchange, right? Trying to somehow.
I think
Hey.
objectively black should be already fine because I thought I even like in Catalan I can return this pawn back in some good moment and should be equal, but others is like how is still like to create chances to win.
Okay, so queen c1,
Yeah.
expected or not?
Yeah, I mean he wants to attack each move like attacking what to do.
Okay. Rook d1. Also logical, yeah. He wants
I
to
mean
play.
he prepared I thought he's preparing some kind of d3 and knight e1.
Maybe even some
Yeah.
queen, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, from my point of view, somehow knight e1.
No, but I think what he should do, it's also question. I don't know. I think 91 he played okay, and maybe I didn't play so precisely.
Okay.
Like now I had like 1 hour, but then I started like to spend lots of time. I understood that he said yeah, just d3 and to have some compensation. Like
Let's say that you take and he takes.
I thought he even can with a knight, even I don't know.
Okay, you castles.
And I
he
don't know,
pushes
d3.
d3. You take. He takes with the rook.
Yeah,
probably.
with rook.
Okay, and this type of position.
I kind of was worried that maybe he will have nice compensation, like bishop on these two thrones, like queen g5. Maybe, I don't know, computers somehow don't see any kind of like...
Yeah, probably you're safe to, but to win.
I mean, attacking on c6, queen c7.
Queen c7.
Aye.
It's not easy to win this position,
Yeah,
right?
not easy. But what I played, I think,
Okay.
also was not like guaranteed. He made one huge mistake in some moment.
How it went? So you played this queen b6. He played d3.
Yeah.
Takes, castle. Okay, it's this type of position.
95.
Okay, 95.
I mean, he's exchanging, but usually the side who has extra material is happy to exchange pieces because pawn naked. I think it's easier to win lots of. But the problem, I still need to coordinate my pieces.
So you took rook d8.
Yeah,
Was this Easy decision.
I don't know. I took lots of time. I was considered also, instead of rook d8, kind of to play sharp knight d4, e4, queen f4 maybe, f5, rook d7. But then I thought, no, it's a little bit like too much. Rook f7, too much risk, to be honest.
Takes probably
Rook
rook
d1.
d1.
Rook d8 I couldn't play because bishop c7. And even objectively, yeah, I think in computer.
Ah, okay. Engine will start to play this type of things, but
In that I decided like to play a solid move. Yeah,
you played rook d8, takes, queen f4.
yeah.
Usually there are positions with the pawn here, so
I mean, but it's concrete. He wants to take. I'm extra pawn, but he wants equalize material.
yeah, I want to say that sometimes there is a compensation, but this is not a passer. Here you already have a passer, so some endgame and something, but
Like the problem, for example, if I play rook d1 here, I was rook d1, rook d8. He plays rook c1, and I play, let's say, queen d4.
okay.
He takes queen d4, rook d4, rook c6, rook d2.
Rook d2, okay.
I mean, rook a4, rook c3.
Rook c3, nothing, yeah.
He can play rook a6 maybe, rook, I don't know, e2,
Or e2.
rook a7, rook a2, I don't know, rook b7. And I have extra pawn, but it's a draw, the problem.
Here probably would love to have maybe g at least, but yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter,
Yes.
probably.
Okay, so rook d8, takes, queen f4,
So I played king g7.
g7.
I spent lots of time, now we were equal on time, queen g4. I decided to repeat one more time, just to be shorter. And now he blundered, huge blunder, queen h7, he played quickly. I don't know, he was also 20 minutes already. And before, I guess he started like to play fast, and maybe lack of experience, I know.
You spotted this for a long, that this queen h7
Yeah,
doesn't
of course, queen h7, it's first
Yes.
what I considered, but this is just huge blunder. I was expecting that he would play, I know, maybe something like rook d8, and now maybe take queen h7. And I don't know, maybe I have some kind of queen d4,
Okay.
rook c1,
Yeah.
f5.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Bit
to
of
make
a
some
fake, yeah.
moves. But objectively, if he plays good, I should say he's good player and draw is good.
Yeah.
But at least here I'm still not risking. I should not risk much. But
So-
queen h7, yeah, was huge blunder because
Yeah,
if he
rook
goes
h2.
queen e4, just rook h2, yeah, king h2,
Nice touch, yeah.
king h3. I mean, it's not made. Rook h8, queen h4. But okay, here
He's dropping everything.
take queen e3 check, like just
To
queen
take with a
much
check.
stronger.
Yeah. And rook d7 was just playing by inertia.
Yeah.
Similar thing, he's deflecting the king, but your threat is stronger.
Yeah.
King c8.
Yeah, and now, okay, I'm just extra rook. It's a little bit like to be. So I was kind of lucky, but at the same moment, you always need some help from your opponent. If
Rus,
he plays
from
good.
time to time I'm mentioning some players and then maybe younger generation, they don't know how strong they were. So then I said peak rating was 2750 or something. How is, let's say, to play, because you were like FIDE World Champion, top player, and now to play not being like top seed and to fight for maybe something smaller than before?
I don't know, I'm not just trying to compare myself with other players. Like, always like, you will find someone who is better than you. I don't know, not only in chess, maybe doing better in life in general. So it's about psychological and tell, okay, I'm like doing some progress, improving, learning. I know, personally, if I didn't enjoy chess, no sense like to suffer too much. Like I achieved kind of a lot in chess.
You did.
But I don't know. From time to time, I like to go. I don't know. It's part of my life already. Like
Do you go to your
more
history?
than 30 years.
Do you go to your history, for example, to check some games, some famous games of yours, or maybe some like top level games when you were winning?
My games.
Yes. Do you maybe come to them and I was playing really, really good at that time?
I don't know, maybe sometimes like for some books or from some articles, like I need to analyze something. Actually, we published with friends, with other Ukrainian grandmasters, like book called From Ukraine with Love for Chess.
I know this book, yes.
And this was basically like idea that each player like to analyze the best his game, just well, like it's some biography, and that's kind of bring me to like old memories. Like okay, what to choose? Like some games I'm looks like great before, but now you check this computer looks like it's so pathetic.
Can you give us few names, few games?
Well, in the end, in this book, you can see my game against Malakhov, Vladimir Malakhov. We played in China. It still was some mistakes, but it was very long game, very strategic. I really like it. Like it was some interesting opening ideas, some middle game. Like
Were you won some game with G4 to win him piece against Malakhov? Some double pawn C4, C5, D4, and then there was some combination of F6 and then G4. I think I saw one of your games. Was it against Malakhov or someone else? Maybe against Fedoseev, or you were winning a piece on E4. The piece was pinned. Queen was on C6. His knight, you were white. His knight was on E4. Your bishop was in fianchetto. And you have a pawn on F5 and some F6, and then knight G5. You were winning the piece.
I'm not really sure.
Yes, I saw one of your games, but I don't know who was your opponent. What makes you happy these days in chess? To play, or to train people, or to give some courses, or to write books?
I mean, it's like always like asking myself. So chess is kind of thing. Like it's not we are looking how to solve problems with climate or how to cure some cancer. I don't know. It helps like to communicate with people, to have nice feedback. Like I don't know, just to be useful. Like if someone needs like my help or wants to talk about chess, I feel kind of like happy that I'm playing chess and it's things that some people like follow. Maybe I'm like
Romantic or something.
Undervalue the things what I do, like someone says, but it's so great, but I don't know, from time to time I have some kind of doubts and this kind of moments, like to feel that you're doing something interesting, useful in life is makes me happy. Well, about tournaments, I guess it's always like for chess professionals, like some kind of feeling like you travel from one place to another, like to see new countries, new people, new places. I think I already traveled, visit more than 50
Yeah, I know
countries.
that's something you like to take some photos and everything.
I know, just impression, like some people looking for holidays and once a year looking to go. And I can say, oh wow, during the year I already visited so many places. Of course it's true, it's not the same like when you go for holidays,
Yes.
it's more stressful. And usually I'm trying to be like more like selective to see. It's never guaranteed that you will play a good tournament because maybe your opponents plays better or I don't know, other reasons. No one plays like 100% tournaments good. But at least, if I will go to this place, if I'm going to like this place, if I'm not playing like I'm doing my kind of investigation time, and then you say, okay, I will go. So Montenegro, I thought it's kind of nice.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks Ruslan for joining, and good luck in your next rounds, and hopefully we'll see you again in the studio. Okay guys, let's have a short break, and then we'll come back.
Chess connects us all,
Thanks.
across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Yeah, we're back. I know it's time trouble around, and it's yeah, not easy to skip it, but this chance that we have a guest of Ruslan's caliber, just to remind you, he was a FIDE World Champion in this chaos system. He was a 27-64 player, which, yeah, at some stage I think it was like top 5. Let me check. I'm quite curious what Ruslan was and still is, but a great player. He was my generation. Yeah, world number 6 in 2002, being only 19 years old and 27-64. Really fantastic player. And at his best, I was, yeah, following his career closely, because he was my generation, together with Tiembo Kro, with Pavel Elyanov, Grishchuk, and some others, Yakovenko, Dominguez. He was really tough player to play against. When he was black, he was white, I believe even Kasparov and some other, okay, would struggle against him, because he was playing really, really technical chess and Karpov style, but also he can be sharp. Very, very great player, so it's hard to resist to have him in studio. We will come back to the time, to the moments from time pressure. Let's check. So Fedoseev has won the game after bishop e6, after e4, bishop e6 was played. With the point is that you cannot push e5 because you're dropping g5, losing connection with the knight, and then played queen c1 and rook h8. Yeah, just winning the position and everything. Queen d4 is coming, and yeah, good win for Fedoseev. Basically, his position was not great, but he was sharp enough to find the way how to move on. Deak was, yeah, just cruising towards the victory, even in this moment. So g4, f5, g5, f4 is just a winning position for white, overwhelming advantage, and yeah, he just won a game. So probably today on first few boards, together with Šarić, if Šarić has won the game, yes, he was the one the most, I would say, confident and having a clear-cut win. This one we have commentated. Let's check how Martirosyan is doing. So it was not a great game from his side. He was trying to muddy the waters. So here he was sort of lost, but his opponent was very long time around here. Pawn up. As I told you guys, I'm not a top player myself, but I have invested some time in some openings, in my chess, in some endgames. So regarding this opening, I told you at the beginning that I would stay away from that. It's not easy to play this line when knight is on d2 with white. So in hindsight, I think white should have done something differently. Knight on c3 is better, but still it's not changing completely the evaluation of the positions. Here was just winning for... Okay, let me just check what has happened here. So this f4 was played with the point to play this, and after taking to take on e5, f2, king h2. That was Hayek's idea, but after rook e5, f2 came, ooh, queen h2, now there is, okay, but engine even suggests this type of things, queen h7, which looks crazy because of mating net. It's really nice. Yeah, this is a checkmate. Here, of course, he can take also on e1, pawn up. No fun for white, but he has managed to create some mess. Hang on, what's going on here? Okay, I don't believe that white is risking a lot. Also, I don't believe that black is in danger, because maximum is some kind of, even if he blunders everything to sacrifice the knight, get rid of this g pawn and then queen and the f at g, try to catch that this is a wrong colored bishop, so I don't believe that black is risking anything, but probably the worst is over for white. Next board, let's see how David is doing. David is outplaying, burning some time, but outplaying his opponent, although it might be tricky to win. Hang on. Okay, some technique is needed, exchange up, but still. Okay, here Sargsyan has managed to draw. How? By a draw offer. Again, once again, we have a draw offer. As mentioned by Zurab, white is sort of lost, but draw in the first round might help. Yeah, help black for his CV. Bierek has won, Bourbon has won, Svan and Frederick. Frederick is cruising towards the victory. 3 pawns up, but some technique is needed. Yeah, Etienne has made a draw. Tough pairings for him, because Henry is very strong one. In that group, Varmedram is pushing and probably winning. This is a target. Mamedov, let's see what's going on. Predke has made a draw. Predke is somehow struggling. Actually, this line, similar line, he has played against Ergaisi, stopping him of crossing 2800 immediately. It was similar stuff, but of course there he was playing against Arjun here. Predke was dead lost. Hang on. Dead lost. Okay, here queen d7 just wins. Okay, it's not easy to find it. Okay, many favorites have slipped. Let's check. Mamedov pressing. This is Rauf's game. Usually here black is pushing, I guess, but not easy to say. Ivanchuk has made the draw. Let's see. So some normal Rui Lopez, many liquidation, and suddenly not enough for a win. Solid game by white. Sargsyan has won the game, Korobov as well. Rostam is winning, Gurel is winning. Chaparinov is pushing. Is there any upset? Yufa is winning, I guess. Jaime Santos has made a draw. What has happened here? Completely winning. Yup. Dreamed opposite colored bishops. He blundered this move. Oh, what a blunder. Bishop e4. Usually when your opponent is worse, then he's more on alert in finding some resource. What a tough draw from Jaime Santos. Injic. Okay, here Durebelli has made a draw. What happened here? So, okay, he just repeated the moves. Okay, he's a pawn down, so maybe knight e3 is a nice touch, but strange that he didn't press a bit, at least try. Sochko is worse. Livajic has made a draw. So many players struggling in the first round. Yeah, tough tournament already for many of them. Let's see, Injic, how is he doing? What's going on? Injic usually wins this type of positions. Yeah, that's Injic style to win that one. And Ivic, Serbian compatriot, national team member, right next to, yeah, he will win the game. Demchenko, we will follow this one. Okay, pressing. Anything in chat? Let's check. I was not following so closely. Yeah. Okay, guys, maybe we can have a break, short break, and then we'll come back.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
And we are back, but I think that first 4 boards are finished. At the moment, Martirosyan is leaving and his opponent. That game, let me check, has ended up in a draw. So we have 2 upsets. It's a moment maybe that we check a bird view camera. So guys, you will be able to check how the playing hall looks at the moment. Hopefully tomorrow, as I said, I will have co-commentator, and then it will be a little bit easier for me to follow everything. But it seems that only a few games are in progress. I see that Navarra is still playing against John Paul Wallace. It's board number 5. If I'm not mistaken, Varmerdam is still playing. Yeah, you can see Navarra. Let's check that board. Yeah, let's check that game. It's our board number 5. Okay, black is winning, but still, maybe it's better to see this game in bird view camera because it's on our left. So you will be able, let's go with the bird view, with the camera from the playing hall. Yeah, so it's our bottom left. We can stay for a while in this camera. So Max Varmerdam is behind. He's playing against, on table number 14 against Alexandra Marcevskaya. Also, we have Andrej Ljepić playing against Frederick Svane, FM from Serbia. He's on the left. Whom else do we have? We have Mamedov playing, Rauf. He's board number 16, 2 boards away from Varmerdam. A little bit on the right, you see that his opponent is there. Here bottom right, as I mentioned, Mateusz Bartel is still playing. It's Mateusz Bartel has won the game, so that's not correct. So it's board number 30. Okay, I'm not sure that I'm catching the players correctly. So, yeah, it's our bottom table. Okay, let's get the board back. Let's see what do we have. How the game on the 4th table have finished. As I mentioned, black was not risking much around here. Bishop g2, he opted for immediately perpetual, yeah, since king g1 or king h1 loses, so it was an easy choice to play knight f2. Then let's check what's going on in Svane's game. Yeah, he was completely winning, but still, maybe white can dream about sacrificing some knight, but of course it's a long way. Navarra, I mentioned, is winning, but still the game is in progress. Rauf against Irakli. Yeah, Rauf knows how to handle this one. Okay, this one is interesting. What's going on here? Okay, the point is that knight's endgame is sometimes similar like pawn's endgame, with some extra possibilities, of course. This looks... it looks drawish because white has an asset, black has an asset, and yeah, don't believe that this is a serious issue for white there. Let's try to find something. Cheparinov. Okay. Having a safer king, which probably decides the issue. So let's check, let's count how many top, let's say 40 boards we have still in progress. From the bottom we have Petrosian, Manuel, who is having a trinity of opposite colored bishops. I was mentioning this before. If the bishops are only alive at the board, then it's a draw, but a rook, extra heavy piece, is just favorite side who is pushing. So it looks that here black is just winning, but we can stay a bit here later. Hovhannisyan. Okay, he's pressing. Model advantage of two bishops. Still far away from winning. Demchenko squeezing. Donchenko winning. Yeah. Resignation will come. Ivic. Okay, he needs to calculate a bit. Okay, this is interesting. So how to win this? Jacobian. Yeah, this looks like a drawn position. Not easy to do anything here. Yeah. So which is the most interesting position from top positions? Top 30. This one, it looks to me that if you take on f5, I guess you will drop this one, but anyway, okay, still some. Trying to find the most interesting one. Okay, let's stay for a while here. Black is winning, but he needs to convert Knight h5, unfortunately for white, doesn't work. Because he will lose this one, he cannot come closer to the knight. So this doesn't work. King g2. Yeah, I think he's just winning form. So no questions in chat. I don't see any remarks. Tomorrow, hopefully, you will start asking some more questions or comments. We are playing every day at 3 p.m. Central European time. Last round, if I'm not mistaken, is 1 p.m. Yes, 11th. We have a rest day excursion. Looking forward. Usually it's Kotor. Sometimes it can be Porto Montenegro or Porto Novi. It's scheduled on Thursday 14th. Thursday 14th, so that will be a rest day, so 6 rounds will be played and then 5 rounds afterwards. Yeah, black is winning here. Swane is our, you can check him at the camera, it's bird view. You will see it in one stage, at some stage he's on our left. We can go full screen to bird view camera and you will see him on the left. I think his opponent is about to resign, so he might be standing up very quickly. Okay, the playing hall is getting empty. But still some games left. Okay, maybe to combine this camera with chessboard so that you can see the moves as well. Yeah, black knight is dominating. And he will start rolling his pawns. King will come to e3. I was playing, as I mentioned, this Hungarian league, and first round, that was this Sicilian Tamanov I mentioned, and then next round it was 2 games weekend, and the next round I was playing 120 moves, 6 hours, last one in the playing hall, 100 games. And my position was rook and a pawn against a knight. I know that even rook against a knight can be tricky, but of course with extra pawn, no matter it's edge pawn, that yeah, rook is just winning. Here, white can dream, but there is no chance. King e3 will be played, and I expect some resignation. Okay, maybe not resignation. Knight c3, and now he can maybe make it. Okay, rolling the pawns, knight f6 will come, so I need to be careful. So if I go, I don't know, here to prepare it, and when you go to d5, then I go and g5 will come. Okay, still some more moves to be played. Next round, let's say that if I want to predict some pairings. So next round, second round, so if we have 400 players, not all will win. So let's say 150, maybe less. 150 wins. Okay, it's maybe too optimistic, 140. So 70 his half. So in some kind of scenario, first one against 770. Let me check. What would this be? For example, Fedusev playing against, okay, 25, 50. This can happen. Usually when I was playing, I was 25, 60, 50, depends. I was playing in this European individuals, so first round 2250, 2300 I would play, and then second round top seed. I remember I was playing against Cheparinov, he was 2700. In Bulgaria it was a draw. I'm trying to recall other. I was playing P.H. Nielsen in Dresden, he was 2660. I was white. With Cheparinov I was black, which was tougher, but in the end it was draw anyway. I played for like 6 hours. Or maybe even more. With P.H. Nielsen I was white, and okay, with white is easier. I played against him, then against Areschenko. Suddenly I was in 2660 as 2670 tournament, and I managed to hold, not to lose a single game. While I'm trying to recall some other events when I was 25, 60. Okay, I lost against Istratescu. That was, I think, also second round. He was 26, 60. I was black. Yeah, but I think now the 25, 50 players will start to play against top seed. Okay, David Navarra stood up. Let's check the position. What is David up to? Let's have a board. Okay, so what happened? He played knight b6, knight to c4, and now the problem is if you exchange, then it's very hard to start moving your pawns. For example, this one is hanging, and okay, black will start to activate, and he can even catch the pawns later. Knight c4, probably knight c4 will be played. Knight c2 will be played. I don't believe that you want to exchange the knights. As I was saying in Serbia during Club Cup, so I got some kind of fun fact from Peter Pisk, who was the tournament director there, and he said that he was second guy coming to the breakfast. It was 7 a.m., but he was second tournament, I think, arbiter or the guy who was involved in tournament organization, who is also present here, Sasha Jeftic. He was first. But Peter has said that if Novi Bor team, David Navarra's team, were staying there in this hotel, same as Peter, then David Navarra for sure would be first. So David is coming before 7 a.m. To breakfast, which is a fun fact, because usually chess players tend to get last. I remember Arjun Elgaisi, he would come, I would come like just before 10. 10 was like closing of breakfast, and Arjun would come 10:05, 10:10, but managed to find some stuff to eat. So David is one to come first. And it's funny, he knows, okay, Croatian, Serbian a bit, so he always greets me, because he was playing in many Croatian leagues and some others, and he always greets me in Croatian. Kako si, and so on. Yeah, he's winning the game, it seems so. White is thinking, maybe it's a moment that I switch the game. Let's find another one. Svane. Okay, still moving back and forth, but the outcome is quite obvious. Pawns will start rolling. Usually the problem is when they start rolling, then it's over. You can maybe make some issue temporarily, but long term it's just curtains. And usually winning side has enough time to move around, sometimes even to come back and try another angle, so usually it's just easy win. Yeah, I don't want to stay long. At some stage e5 will be played. Max, what's going on here? Let me think. Rook b7. Okay, I guess bishop a6 doesn't work due to check and b5 if you move, but if you move away then my pawns cannot be stopped. Because, okay, you can, but then my king is approaching and this pawn is not important because my bishop can help, can attack and also to protect. Yeah, I think this will happen. Without the rooks and with the bishop here, there is a chance to set up some kind of blockade, but rooks are helping stronger side. What else do we have? So I expect Max to win this one. Mamedov, okay, Rauf is pressing. But it's important to check how. So knight, okay, he's much better, but he wants to choose the smoothest way. Okay, this game is the one to follow a bit. What has happened here? Okay, not a dead draw, so still possible. Let me check which country Alan has been representing before. I think it was Argentina. Yeah, so he switched from 23. From Argentina, born in 1998, age 26, peak rating, sort of current peak rating, yeah. But I think in Spain, so first, probably David Anthony from, okay, it depends. Santos is sometimes first, Latasa, he was 2660, David Anton is 2660 against 5060, then Shirov is 2660. Who else? They have so many similar rated players. So let's check Spain rating, FIDE rating list. I'm quite curious. So yeah, David Anton, 2671. He won an important game against Fedoseev, against Van Forest last round. Yeah, so Murzin and against David Anton. Alan is ranked number 2. Shirov only 3 points less. Alejo Pons, I forgot about. Paco was a great player, still very strong. Yufa is 2631. Santos Latasa 2630. Chigaev, he was also 2640 at some stage. Salgado Lopez and, okay, Illescas at some stage. Illescas was
the stronger was. Iturizaga has lost some points. Perez Candelario, I remember him quite well. Alonso Arizmendi, famous book about Najdorf. I learned a bit from that book. Magen Badals, yes, Jordi, he was this generation. And my friends from Andalusia, Cuenca, Moreno, Alsina, he was at that time 25-50 Grandmaster. Whom else? Camacho brothers. Yeah, Korneev was Oleg was 26, almost 2700 at some stage. Lopez Martinez, very stable Grandmaster, 25-50. When I was playing for Croatia 2007 against Spain, Soshiro was first board, Vallejo was second, Iescas was third, and Narciso Dublan was fourth. I played that match. I won against Dublan, and Kožul won against Shiro, and we won this match. Probably Narciso Dublan is not around. Moskalenko, writing some good books. I remember him quite well. Fluvia Poyatos, also quite familiar. Asis Gargatali Hippolito, I know him as well. Whom else? Let me check. I'm missing one name. At some stage he was one of the San Segundo, yes, San Segundo. We played some rapid in Logroño or Nájera, I think Nájera. And he was at that time, San Segundo was well-known Grandmaster. Yeah, I always loved to play in Spain. I played in many tournaments around Benidorm, Granada. Also I played this 1999 World Youth Championship. It was in Oropesa de la Mar. Dominguez was first seed under 16 in my group. Under 18, I think it was Bruzon. I think, okay, some other top players were playing at that time. Nice city next to Valencia. Pity to hear about what has happened. It was really tough to watch those scenes with this hurricane. Okay, I played in Catalonia a lot, winning Sabadell. I shared first in in Sitges once. Barbera de Valles I played. I was winning the tournament, but then lost minus 15 or something like this with black. Where else? I played one tournament around the New Year. I'm trying to recall somewhere in Andalusia, in Catalonia. Also those tournaments, rapid tournaments, Logroño, Nájera. Yeah, cool times. So what's going on here? Black. Yeah, black is trying. A5 or King A7. Okay, they're a long time. Let me check if something changed in other games. Nice C2 as expected. Now David is thinking. Svane. Okay, as I said, he will spend some time, but basically it's just dead lost. Alan, yeah, that's the position. Ivan, okay, hang on. Attacking here. So why here after knight c3? I don't get it. Why king b2 is bad? Engine stuff, and then suddenly I change the queen. but of course it's not important winning anyway. Yeah, Ivan will win the game. Ivan was fabulous player at his prime. I think 27, let's say 30, maybe even more, maybe even 40. Let me check. Ivan Cheparino, very high. Theory, playing so many stuff, fantastic player. So let's check his peak rating. Oh, 27-20 only, but only. He was world number 19th. Great player. Yeah, he's winning this one. Whom else do we have? Ivic. Yeah, just winning. Long game, but not easy. His opponent is from Armenia. Usually Armenian players are quite underestimated. Donchenko. Yeah. He's combining pawn's endgame. Yeah, he will come to c6, lock the knight, and then win. For example, let's say king f4, king c6. Can I play it? Let me calculate. No, this I cannot, so I need to spend the tempo. So I need to first give check, and when you come down, then I can come. And I'm on time to win this one. I can even play this, or no need for h5, I can play king b7. Yeah, so he just wins. So bishop d2 coming? I guess so. Alexander has dropped some rating, if I'm not mistaken, and these days I'm mistaken a little bit more than usual. 2660 was his rating. I played against him and he was in IM. I think I made a draw, or maybe even I won. Let me check. But he was very young at that time. 2684, yeah. He was rated 52 in the world. 52nd, so it's not his best. Yeah, now this will happen, king c6, and white will, I guess, resign the king c6. Okay, of course it's possible to play. Maybe white is thinking that h5 will save him. For example, h5, and now this would be a huge mistake. Although it's not clear, I'm just curious. Is there any chance that I force you that? No, of course not. Sometimes, yeah, I cannot, yeah, it's a dead throw. King c6 just wins. Okay, so bishop c3. Why this was necessary? Ah, king e5 coming again. Oh, sorry, my bad. So bishop c, not so easy. Sorry, but now I can play king b7. So I'm always blundering that the king can come back. So let's stay for a while. King f3, bishop e1, I guess. King f4, bishop e1, yeah, basically just wins. Yeah, so let's check what David doing, since we have him on the camera. Okay, he's calculating, but he's machine in terms of calculation, so I don't have any doubts that he will just calculate how to win, maybe by force now. Knight, okay, let me try to think myself, so if I would be black. Okay, I see some idea immediately, so rook f2, if you play f5, I'm catching your pawn. This is like a human way of play. This is what I would probably put high on my list for my next move. So let's get the board to show you this. Let's check a board that I will show you. So the point is here. So rook f2, if you push f5, I give you check, and then rook f4. Yeah, this is human way. But David is going much, much far. But rook f2 is the move you want to make. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is a human way of play. If you push f5, knight b2 and rook f4, they'll just seal white's destiny. So I expect this to happen. Last seconds. Yeah. King. Yeah, f5 probably the move you want to make. Knight b2, king e1, and that's basically it. Yeah, white is slowly aware. Pushes f5. Now David will play knight b2 and rook f4. It's nice that David is playing all, I think, European events. Okay, rook f2 also. Yeah, white to play knight b2. This is also good enough. Just take g4. What I've noticed that I have this tendency maybe to resign a little bit quicker than my opponents or people I'm following. So maybe something is wrong with me, guys. Yeah, but this just looks as time to do so. Playing by inertia, but okay, played on the last second, pressing the clock. You know, guys, what happened to me in Hungary, since I'm completely out of play, I don't play events, although I'm now maybe Croatian number 3 on live list. I was 4th a few days ago when the November list was published. So I was enjoying this exchange up position, and I'm cruising towards the victory, but it's obvious that I have good chances to win. Probably I will win. But yeah, I'm not so long time, but I am under 1 minute, but I'm getting an extra time, and it's not so complicated. And suddenly I've noticed that the clock says 31 seconds. And suddenly I press the clock, wait a move, press the clock. Basically, I added these 30 seconds already to my move. Actually, I thought that I'm on last second. I don't know what has happened. Okay, David has finished the game. We can have him full screen so that you could see. Nice victory for David. Very patient, very, I would say, confident, convenient for him. This game is finished. Let's stay here for a while. Just check, is there any small talk? Yes. His opponent is asking. David will reply, as he is polite as always. We can have them at bird view. Maybe it's even better. Okay, chat is over. Oh, I don't see many games left. I see Rauf Mamedov playing. Svane is, yeah, quite confident because he's winning. Let's get the board back and follow the last few games. Svane, okay, G5 is now coming. So it's quite obvious what will happen. Let's check another one. We have Mamedov. Okay, Mamedov is winning. Ooh, what a trick. I love it. Bishop G6. This is fantastic. Fantastic stuff. And now some queen c5 just wins. And if you take with the f, then some f7. And now probably many stuff, but let's say that I collect it with the check. Probably it's winning, but it's okay. Rauf is calculating this. Rauf will probably take it on g6. He's that type of player who has this feeling for some deadly, nasty blows. And let's check. Let's check. Which game do we have left? Okay, Alan, has something changed here? Okay, not much, but they are really long time. King a7. Okay, let's stay here for a second. Okay, it's not so clear. He managed to confuse to get some chances. But hang on, how you stop? Now my pawn, I push a6, so you come back. This is not obvious. Okay, so this is some way for black to save himself. So basically white now is thinking. I don't believe that we have them on the camera. I'm trying to check. They're somewhere behind. Yeah, I don't see them. So a6 or f4. Maybe to give an idea for check. I cannot calculate it. This looks really tough. Do I'm getting this? Probably not much. a6 is the move you want to make, I guess. Okay, white has some time to consider how to move on. Has king b8 played. Okay. Okay, tricky move, because if you play king b5 here, then king b7 just wins. So you need to go knight g6. Yeah, and now this perpetual chess is, how they call it, drawish game, or equal. Equal is maybe more precise. a6, forcing. Is it forced perpetual? Oh, probably yes. Yeah, because this one is too strong. You cannot play with that.